We're gonna go ahead and try to get started. Not to call anyone out, but Lorelai's not in her seat. Neither's Lauren. Look at that hustle. Right on.
Recording in progress.
I'd like to welcome everybody out today to our CWCB meeting. Welcome to Walden. We're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and then Jim Fowler with the Jackson County Water Conservancy District will give him a few minutes. So. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Come on up, Mr. The microphone, please.
Hi, I'm Jim Fowler from the Jackson County Water Conservancy District. I would just like to welcome all of you guys here to our spot in the state. We think it's pretty unique. I would like to just give you a little bit of a background of the North Platte Basin. In 1934, there was a lawsuit started. And so under that, it took 11 years. And in 1945, the Supreme Court decision was made. So we are unique to Colorado. We have a Supreme Court decree instead of a compact. And under that, the Water Conservation Board actually represented the North Platte Basin in those 11 years of all of this to make sure everything was okay. And then in 1953, it was reopened. Downstream water users, Wyoming and Nebraska, wanted to put in a larger reservoir. So we agreed to that. And under the original decree, we were allowed to irrigate 135,000 acres. That's what kind of makes our decree different up here. We're not tied to CFS. We are irrigated acres. So it started out at 135,000 acres. In 1953, when they wanted to put in that larger reservoir, they said, hey, Colorado said, hey, that's fine. But we're going up to 145,000 acres. We never did reach that. And so then under the 3-state agreement for the Endangered Species Act, we agreed later to 134,467,000 acres, which was historically irrigated in the park at one time. And along with that, we are tied to 17,000 acre feet of storage in an annual year, which starts in November and goes through May. We have one transbasin diversion, which is the city of Fort Collins under the Michigan ditch, and the Cameron Pass ditch, which is water supply and storage. And under that, they are allowed 60,000 acre feet of water in any 10-year consecutive year program. Typically, city of Fort Collins is, I believe it's 35. Let me look at my notes here real quick. We're at 45 to 50,000 acre feet in that 10-year period. And water and supply storage with the Cameron Pass ditch is 400 to 500 acre feet. We average on up here 44 frost-free days. So we don't put up any alfalfa. We don't do any grains. It is all just native grass hay. So, and I just wanted to welcome all you guys here, and hope you guys have a good meeting.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. It's a lovely place. Thank you. I'm never going to complain about the San Luis Valley short season again. So let's move on to the agenda. Review and approve the proposed agenda. Accept a motion if it. Okay, Director Brown.
So-
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were making a motion. Go ahead.
I was. Well, so moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Director Felton, second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay. On to the minutes from our May 15th and 16th board meeting. Any questions or concerns, or accept a motion to approve? Okay, Laura, sorry, Director Cloud make the motion, Director Vasquez the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. I guess just as a point of order, you can see there on the agenda that in September, we'll be in the Rio Grande Basin, 18th and 19th. We'll also be doing the finance, is that correct, Kirk? Finance committee that? Okay. And then November, Denver Metro. So the other dates are there for 2025. You can see, I don't know if we have to read them. You can see them on the agenda. We'll move on to the director's report. Director Gibbs isn't here, so Nate is making his preview. So you know what the rule is, right, Nate? If you can't make us proud, at least don't embarrass us. So. You're gonna do absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate you all including me, and I'm happy to be sitting in here for Director Gibbs. He obviously sends his regrets. It's a crazy week here at DNR with boards and commissions happening all across the state. So I'm honestly not exactly sure where he is right now, but he's staying busy. And in case it wasn't clear, I just wanted to give folks an update. So I'm sitting in for
Okay, so,
Yeah.
so see that's what I'm saying. That's when you say those, you always step right into that. So I did it for you, Nate. So we do need to approve the consent agenda. So Director Felt made a motion to approve the consent. Director Brown with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we're approved. So now with less embarrassment, we're gonna go back to the.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I'm sitting in for Director Gibbs in a new role for me as Assistant Director for Water at the Department of Natural Resources. And so you may, I'm sure you all know, Kelly Romero-Heaney previously occupied this role, is now occupying the role of Deputy Policy Director, sort of overseeing all of the policy functions within DNR. So including me as Assistant Director for Water, as well as our Assistant Directors for Wildlife and Lands, Energy, and Tribal Affairs. I'm in a state government about 10 years ago, working in the office of Governor Hickenlooper, mostly on policy and budget issues related to natural resources, environmental policy. I spent 4 years working under Governor Hickenlooper. I stayed on through the transition to Governor Polis's team, also working natural resources and environmental issues. About 2.5, almost 3 years ago, I moved to the Department of Natural Resources, where I served as our recovery officer. So focusing specifically on federal and state stimulus and recovery dollars for all of the Department of Natural Resources issue areas impacted by that, much of which has been in the water space. Thrilled to be in this new position for about a month now. I've gotten to do a bit of travel, but I've also been on vacation. So I'm thrilled to be back here this week and up in North Park. And sort of throughout my career, I just say, a huge focus of mine has been in the water space and boosting water funding, trying to close this massive gap we have between demand and need for water funding, trying to strengthen the resilience of our communities, our agricultural communities, as well as our more urban communities. I focused a ton on remediating legacy pollution, so through orphaned oil and gas wells and abandoned mine land. That's an issue where I'm sort of excited with the potential overlap in the water space and to sort of continue working on. Also really thrilled to get to bring sort of my experience to this role, especially as it relates to the continuing challenges we face into the future with water funding. And sort of also thrilled sort of especially over the next few years and in partnership with our new Assistant Director for Tribal Affairs, Stacy Coleman, to continue strengthening our relationship with our tribal governments and all our work on water. With that, so some brief staffing updates. I mentioned myself and Kelly, but Stacy Coleman, who for the past year has been DNR's tribal liaison, was newly elevated to Assistant Director for Tribal Affairs, which I think is amazing. She's been an incredible force, and we're so glad to have her. Aaron Ray, who's DNR's Assistant Director for Energy, just I think as of today is serving as Interim Director of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, while Director Julie Murphy is on maternity leave. So Aaron will be busy over the next few months, but we're certainly thrilled that someone's stepping into that role. I'll then give you all a few updates from around the department. I'll try to keep it relatively brief. In the federal policy space, DNR recently applauded the U.S. Forest Service for their work to finalize the Grand Mesa, Uncompahgre, and Gunnison National Forest Plan, which includes designation of some new wildlife management areas, which also allow for ongoing management of these lands. BLM is currently in the process of finalizing several wildlife-focused planning processes across Colorado, including their solar PEIS, their big game RMPA, the Gunnison Sage Grouse RMPA, Greater Sage Grouse RMPA, and many others. A lot of acronyms thrown out there, so apologies. And just amazing work from our CPW team and biologists dedicated to ensuring Colorado's interests are represented in those planning processes. In the energy and carbon management space, ECMC has a number of rulemakings coming up this summer and fall, some of which you may be interested in. The first, scheduled for early August, the 5th through the 9th, is on deep geothermal. And those draft rules are available on ECMC's website if folks are interested to read into them. Also, following the passage of House Bill 1346 this past year, ECMC is anticipating rulemaking in fall of 2024 for carbon sequestration projects. That will ultimately facilitate the state's application for primacy on Class 6 injection wells from the EPA. And there will be plenty of opportunity for stakeholders feedback. ECMC is also holding a cumulative impacts rulemaking in September. So all that to say, Interim Director Aaron Ray is definitely going to have his hands full in that role over the next few months, but a lot of exciting stuff on the horizon. For Colorado Parks and Wildlife, I've got a couple updates, although Rob Harris certainly will have more for you all. CPW is hiring, I think, 5 full-time staff to scale up work on invertebrates after the passage of House Bill 1117 this past session. This past spring, CPW staff also stood up a new beaver management working group to begin identifying management actions for further restoration of beaver populations across the state. CPW is also working in coordination with the Gov's office and GOCO to roll out draft Colorado outdoor strategy. And CPW plans to collect comments online if folks have interest in that. At the State Land Board, at the July meeting, the State Land Board hosted tours of their recently acquired Williams Park Ranch property, located just west of Steamboat. Back in June, I was lucky to join the State Land Board at their board meeting in Ray, Colorado. So got to get back out to the Republican River Basin. There was a lot of conversation about continuing efforts to dry up groundwater irrigated agriculture in the basin, which obviously relates to CWCB's programming in that area. And as the State Land Board owns property in the South Fork focus zone of the Republican River. So a lot of conversation there. And then the State Land Board is also in the process of hiring a number of new staff focused on improving biodiversity and regenerative agricultural practices on their portfolio of ranch and farmland. Finally, tribal updates. In late May, the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs held its quarterly meeting. In June, the CCI initiated consultation with both the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute Indian tribes on the areas of statewide consultation and tribal engagement practices. The first consultation meetings were held at the end of June, and there will be additional meetings to follow. While the government to government consultation meetings are confidential, the recommendations that come from them will be public and help guide DNR and CPW efforts to continue to build, these meaningful relationships with our tribes and collective stewardship practices. Sent this update out to the board yesterday morning, but yesterday CPW announced that zebra mussels, particularly veligers, so the larval stage of zebra mussels, have been discovered in the Colorado River and the government Highline Canal just east of Grand Junction. No adult zebra mussels have been found, but given that veligers are present, the assumption is that adult zebra mussels are present. I think most folks know, but zebra mussels are highly invasive species that can impact our waterways, both ecologically and environmentally. So they're likely to negatively impact native fish populations because they filter feed. They remove a lot of essential nutrients and plankton from the water, which can really harm fish life and invertebrate life. They also pose risks to infrastructure. As they mature, they bond incredibly strongly to hard surfaces and are really, really difficult to remove. So a lot more to come there. And I'm sure CPW Representative Rob Harris may have some more on that front. With that, there's certainly a lot else going on, but I think much of it is covered on the agenda. So I'll stop there and pass it on to CWCB Director Horners.
Thank you, Nate. Does anybody have any questions or anything for? All right, thank you. Director Riss, go to you.
Okay. Thanks everyone. And it's great to be here in North Park, and I'm so grateful to Director Vasquez and working with our staff to set up a great tour for this afternoon and make sure that we had the Wi-Fi capabilities and everything we needed to set up a hybrid meeting, which might be harder here than in Metro Denver. So we appreciate all your efforts.
It's a thank you to Viola.
And to Viola. That's right. I know Viola made some trips up here to ensure that it would all work out. So we're glad to be here. We do have a slimmer staff than we might normally at other board meetings, just because we were worried about the getting a room for everybody. So we'll catch up with the rest of staff, hopefully at our next board meeting. But thanks to everybody who made the trip up. First, want to say thank you to Nate. We're really looking forward to having you in this role, especially with all of the funding that is accessible now or will be soon. So we really look forward to your expertise and working on that and so many other issues over the next few years. So we're glad to have you. You can go ahead to the next slide. A few staffing updates for CWCB. We've been busy hiring, mostly as a result of the FTE package that we received over a year ago now with the additional Colorado River staff. As a result, we were able to officially finally bring on Clint Carney, who came to us from CSU. He's the Colorado River Policy Specialist, and already he's just hit the ground running and proved to be very valuable to the interstate team. Felicia Sampson is our Colorado River support person, who we stole from the AG's office. So thank you for that. She's been amazing, and I know has been super helpful in arranging logistics and just lending an extra hand to the interstate team, who are all just so busy. We also have Megan Kramer, who came on as our CDSS specialist. She assumed Brian McPherson's role. Brian was promoted into a position that was created by the Colorado River FTE package. And so Megan is backfilling his position to provide some extra modeling support. And then in the water supply planning team under Russ, we're really excited to welcome Corinne Anderson. She's going to be our data visualization and water education coordinator. So we're going to officially have a GIS, someone that's going to focus on GIS work within CWCB and also help out on some of the education efforts we have going on. So we're excited to have Corinne with us. And then we're working on backfilling Pete Konovitz's position in the in-stream flow section, and also are very close, I think, to hiring a new grants section chief that was approved just this last legislative session. So thank you to Anna Moss for all of her work and working through that process, and Cole Bedford as well. I'm sure is looking forward to having some work taken off his plate, getting a little bit of extra help on the grant management side of things. So hopefully by our next board meeting, we'll have a new section chief to announce, which is really exciting. And will, I think, provide a lot of efficiencies for our staff and moving grants out the door efficiently for our grant applicants. We also have Robert Putka, who's interning with the in-stream flow section. He's a law student who's come to us from Washington, DC, and I think initially was in a bit of a culture shock, having never been to Denver from DC, but he's I think enjoying his time here, and we're super grateful to have him as well. Go ahead, next slide, Anna. So programmatically, we've just been busy as always this summer. I always feel like after the legislative session, things should calm down, but they don't. We just move on to all the other work that we have going on as an agency. I did want to announce that the C9 Summit is officially open for registration. That's going to be held October 1st and 2nd in Crested Butte at the Center for the Arts. You can register for that through the CWCBengage.org website. We're expecting about 250 attendees. This, of course, is kind of the second C9 Summit. We had the first in 2019, and this is really meant to be an opportunity for the CWCB board, the IBCC, and roundtables to meet together and share ideas. Of course, it's also open to the public. We're planning a couple of tours with buses and an evening celebration at the event center. And then we'll have a full day summit on October 2nd. The agenda will be posted here soon, but we're really excited to have that forum as an opportunity to connect all of the different stakeholder groups with you all. So hopefully you can attend. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me or Russ or any of the water supply planning section staff, but check out engagecwcb.org to register. And to mention that the Project Spill grant application deadline is coming up soon. We've had some conversation with you all about this as part of our operational planning exercise and as part of the finance committee discussions that we've had years previous. This is our application opportunity for folks around the state to put in for projects that would go into the project bill. So these are intended to fund projects that either don't have a natural home in any of our other grant programs or who have an ask that is larger than we can accommodate in other grant programs. So think like over $1 million, something of that scale. We've moved the deadline back to August 8th, just to give folks a little bit of extra time to put in an application. If there are any questions from anyone who may be listening, or if you know of folks who might be interested or have projects that would kind of fit that general criteria, feel free to reach out to me or Anna or Kirk. We will be summarizing all of these and bringing them to you as part of the finance committee discussion in September. And that's when you all will have an opportunity to weigh in on what goes into the project spill. We used to call these NRIs, but now we're calling them project spill grants. Is that right, Kirk? Okay. That's going to be hard for us not to slip into the NRI vocabulary, but okay, next slide, Anna. And then other grant news, applications for the first round of water plan grants for this fiscal year were received on July 1st. We had 41 applications requesting a total of $11.6 million, which is about half of the funding that we had available this year, just over $23 million. So that's great news and is tracking well, I think, with the available funding. Reviews are going to be ongoing for the next 2 months, and that'll lead up to the September board meeting when we'll bring those to you. This is a map that I stole from Water for Colorado. It shows all of the grants that we funded throughout the history of this program. And I'm really excited. I don't know if Corinne is listening, but we're going to hopefully have her kind of take over this assignment and create an internal kind of storyboard or map, something similar where you can click and see all of the projects that have been funded, which I think is just a really helpful tool in telling the story of what we're doing and where it's located around the state of Colorado. But you can see that we do a pretty good job in distributing those funds around the state. And it's amazing to me to just see all the dots on that map. It's a lot of projects that we funded in a short amount of time. an official Shoshone agenda item to talk about at this meeting, but I did just want to give a brief update. There's not a whole lot to say in terms of milestones that have been reached, but I wanted to assure you all that it's something that we are tracking very closely and continue to spend quite a bit of staff time working through. The in-stream flow staff, with the assistance of Jen, has been working on the in-stream flow use agreement, and drafts have been exchanged back and forth with the River District. That'll of course come back to this board for final approval as we move forward. A number of us participated in a fairly large meeting with a bunch of the Front Range utilities and West Slope entities and federal representatives to discuss the project. That was about a month ago. There have been, I think, several meetings on the modeling efforts that are underpinning this whole effort to ensure that we have all the data we need to move forward confidently. And there have been a few discussions about Shoshone at various levels of the recovery program. And this discussion will continue at the management committee meeting that happens later this month. And this is primarily related to the 15-mile reach and benefits to the recovery program that may occur as a result of this in-stream flow use. And then we continue to have regular check-in meetings with the River District and Excel staff just to make sure that everyone is appraised of all of the various parts and pieces of this that are moving forward simultaneously. So more to come on this. It's I think a complicated project with a lot of different angles and conversations that are happening with different entities around the state. So, I think there's still a good path forward. And of course, as part of the project bill funding for $20 million to go towards the water rights acquisition, the contingency there is that once all of the elements of the purchase and sale agreement between the River District and Excel are met, they have to come back to this board for final approval before the funding is released. So the board will see this a couple of times going forward. Chris Sturm has been hard at work. If you haven't seen a presentation about wildfire-ready watersheds, I don't know where you've been, because he's all over the state giving presentations all the time about this. I'm sure he talks about it in his sleep. But I did want to give just an update as to where we are with the funding. We've had just an overwhelming amount of interest in applications. If you'll recall, we received $10 million of federal funding to get this going and off the ground. So far, we've awarded funding to 13 wildfire risk assessment projects, then 8 projects and 2 studies that will support the assessments. So in total, there's just over 6.6 in awarded funds out of the 10 million. Chris and the flood section staff are working with another 12 stakeholder groups that are developing applications. And we're also in communication with 3 additional groups that are actually developing implementation projects that come out of those assessments. So really great, exciting work that's happening on the ground there. And then once we run out of the $10 million, those projects will qualify for funding out of the water plan grant, watershed health and recovery category. We're anticipating, and I think Chris is in the back there, you can shake your head yes or no, but I think we're anticipating having all of the applications for the full 10 million received by the end of September. So I think we're fully expecting to get rid of the $10 million and put it to a really worthy cause. Another flood section update that I wanted to give, you can go back one more. With the signing of Senate Bill 24-179, this requires the Office of the State Architect to develop a floodplain management program for the state of Colorado for state-owned properties and leased properties. So Kevin and staff will be working with the Office of the State Architect on a state government floodplain management program. We've been assigned as advisors in the development of that program, and we'll eventually oversee it similar to how we oversee local communities. So this basically was a flag for us from the feds, gosh, a couple of years ago, where they said, hey, we noticed you don't really have a way to enforce your own floodplain management rules for state-owned properties. We said, oh, you're right. That's going to require legislation. So this has been an effort that we've been working on for the last couple of years. It's a move in the right direction, and we have the right expertise on staff to really make that work well for us. Okay, next slide. A couple of fun updates. I have over the last couple of months really been getting out and about. I'm I might be ready for the winter here shortly to just kind of settle down and not travel quite as much as they have been. But I did want to highlight a couple of experiences that have just been really meaningful. And I'm so grateful to the Department of Agriculture and Kate Greenberg for putting on, I guess, the second annual float trip through Lador Canyon through Dinosaur National Monument. I think the goal is really to just assemble a group of people that work in the water space that might not know each other super well, and you don't have cell phones, and you're on a raft for 5 days, and you're setting up camp and tearing it down and cooking meals and playing amazing various yard games on the beach of Green River because you don't have any access to electronics, which is probably the best part. But I was so lucky to be able to go on that trip and be part of that community for 5 days. Greg was returning alumni member from the previous year. And we also had Barbara McLaughlin and Karen McCormick from the legislature. And they were just a hoot, honestly. Karen McCormick, I guess, had never been camping before. So that was amusing, I think, but they did such a great job and had such a good attitude. You can go ahead to the next slide. I know. She said, camping is hard. I'm like, yes, it is. So the purpose of the trip, allegedly, besides just forming great relationships and being away from your phone for 5 days, was to release biocontrol mechanisms for the invasive species along the canyon. And so Kate brought she called them her bug folks, but the insectary staff from Palisade, along with a number of amazing staff from the National Park Service. And we released biological controls, AKA bugs, targeted towards tamarisk and leafy spurge. And that was pretty cool to understand how all of that worked and how targeted these species are to do the work, the good work of helping to remove some of the non-native phreatophytes along the Green River. So that's what we're doing there. To Department of Ag, I'm sure, yeah, you'll pass that along, but it was a really great experience. Nobody got stuck on a raft this year, Greg. You didn't have to rescue anyone. If you get the opportunity to go on that trip, hopefully Kate continues that. It was just a really great experience. And then go ahead. The other trip I wanted to highlight that was meaningful to me was, I think it was just last week, although the days blur together, going up and seeing the completed Maybell diversion project. I've heard about this project for years and years, as they have come to the CWCB for a number of grants. Since my time being here, I think is, it seems like every few years there was something that would come up on the Maybell project. We awarded them grants in 2020, 21, 22. This was a diversion project that takes water from the Yampa and supplies water to about 2,000 acres of irrigated hay meadows through lateral ditches that come off the diversion. For generations, the water users had to manually operate the head gates, which required a hike just about 3 miles round trip into a pretty remote stretch of the river. And so this project allowed for not only for irrigation efficiency, but then also improved fish migration and boat passage. So really a hallmark project for the types of work that we look to fund through the Water Plan Grant Program, and just meeting multiple objectives as we frequently tout through the water plan. It's the largest irrigation diversion on the Yampa. The CWCB provided about $1.4 million, which was about 20% of the total project cost of about $7 million. So it was really great to go up there, hike down into the little canyon there and see the diversion structure. You can go ahead, Anna. The project, it turns out, is guarded by rattlesnakes. So it's well protected. We ran into, I think, 3 who were coiled and ready to attack. So that was a really smart element of the project to employ the rattlesnakes to keep out the riffraff. You can go ahead. The project, we also got to stop and see a new boat ramp that was installed. And also see an in-channel diversion that created a really fun little whitewater park for some kids who were making use of it while we were there. So a lot more I could talk about, but just those are the highlights of the past few months. Happy to take any questions. You'd like me to see. I'm trying to make my rounds this summer, so I'm putting in the drive time. Not as much as Robert is, but it's hard. It's hard to keep up with Robert.
I do have a question for you. In your report, you talk a little bit about the technical assistance. Can you give us an update? What's going on there?
Yeah, okay, so I don't have that in front of me, but we had $5 million in ARPA funding. I'm gonna look at Anna to make sure I get this right. We had about $5 million available through ARPA funding. And initially, you'll recall that we had that bifurcated. So we were providing half of that directly to communities. We're calling them like community assistance grants, where we were granting them out for folks to hire their own technical assistance. And then we also reserved half of that to hire our own in-house consultants. We ran a fix to that in this year's projects bill that kind of removes that wall. So now we're able to kind of commingle that funding a little bit better. And we have about half of that granted out. Is that right, Cole? Yeah. It's required to be spent by 2026.
You take out.
Here, we're taking applications until October. So yes, please, if you know folks that could benefit from that funding, that was really our concerted effort to close the gap in what we were hearing was a real capacity need to access the federal funding. So the requirements of that grant program are that you have to have an application for federal fund. That's the outcome of that. Do you have any updates, Nate?
I would just add that it's been really exciting to see. We've seen at least one, I think maybe even a couple more projects being, or awards coming down from the feds to entities that had made use of this technical assistance funding. So I know one in the Rio Grande headwaters, I think a $1-point-something million grant that was the result of the work that CWCB did on this technical assistance grant. So I think a lot more to come as awards start coming down, but it's great to see the fruits of that labor sort of already starting to come to fruition.
Yeah.
I think that was important with the federal dollars that we had. And then I did listen in on the presentation from the roundtable about the Maybell diversion. That was incredible where they had to use helicopters to get the concrete in there. So what an amazing project.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty tricky construction effort, and also hit at the time when we started to see the cost of materials increase exponentially. So yeah, it was cool. And it was great to go to the Yampa roundtable as well.
Victorious. All right, Mr. Sakata, we're over to you for CDA.
To be here as well. Commissioner Greenberg sends her regrets. She's actually at the Western Area State Department of Agriculture conference in Utah. And so wishes she could be here. Wants me to reassure you that CWCB is her favorite board. I reminded her that at a lot of places, thank you, possession is 9/10 of the law. So, and I'm here, so. And I really, really enjoy it. So it's a pleasure to be here. There's so much going on. Upper left-hand corner is the WASDA meeting notice. As my tradition, really want to thank everybody in Granby that hosted us. Upper right-hand picture. You'll recognize the bottom left-hand picture was thank you for the tour of the Northern Project there. I don't think Shannon Mulaney is here, but I actually caught her as she was trying to switch the switches off. So you can share that with her tour. And then the bottom right-hand corner picture, that's somebody's laptop, who spilled their morning beverage on it and it was draining the morning of the meeting. So I thought I would share that with everybody, that how fun that is, right? So watch out. There's been so much going on at CDA. It's just really amazing. So I think Viola sent out a sheet, a document that will have a lot of web links to the stuff that I'm going to briefly touch on, and then feel free to reach out to me with any other questions. We hosted Netherlands Ministry of Ag, which was really exciting to host them, listen to the challenges they're having on climate change. Then EPA Region 8 had a meeting of the Ag and Department of Environmental Quality Directors. At this opportunity, I just really like to thank Tricia Oath. As many of you know, she'll be stepping down from the CDPHE. She's an amazing, dedicated person, and will be heading over to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. So we wish her all the best there. And then the next picture, hats off to the River District. I attended the last two of the State of the River meetings. The one on the right, I think, is in Silverthorne. The one on the left was I think it was in Eagle. I'm not quite too sure. Senator Roberts was at both of them. Speaker McCluskey was at one of them. What was really amazing is how packed the houses were. I think we're very, very fortunate that people are really interested in water. So I think any programs that we can do to outreach to the public is really critical in the role that we play. Director Felt for inviting me to CCI. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to pose a challenge to you now that you'll be stepping down as Chaffey County Commissioner soon. And then unfortunately, you'll be also stepping down from our board eventually, but you've made such a strong connection with CCI, how we can continue that bridge. I think that's been so critical in our water efforts. I think in the past, they kind of shied away from water topics. And so your energy in getting that done was so valuable. So think about how we can continue building that bridge. I really appreciate that. Bottom left-hand picture, I was able to attend the bill signing for the projects bill. That was exciting. My first ever bill signing, yay. I could have pictures. I had the opportunity to attend the WECO Upper Arkansas tour. Again, thanks Director Felt for all your work you did to organize that event. It's a really amazing event. Several legislators that you see here were pictured in that. Really appreciated that tour. Yes, pumping station. Pueblo Fish Hatchery, upper right-hand corner was really exciting. And then I finally figured out on my morning jog through Salida, how Salida is dealing with non-functional turf. They just allow the deer to graze on it, right? So that was always wonderful to see in Salida as well. Most of my slides, I always have a couple pictures, but this one deserved the whole frame. Who said Colorado River work is easy, right? Look at all these guys, their expressions, which is cracking me up, right? So this was at the Getchus Wilkinson's Colorado River session, and I thought it was really important. The first day when the Colorado River commissioners were there was standing room only. Many of us didn't actually get lunch because there were so many people in attendance. But it was a great conference, you know, the great presentations. Our own own vice chair was there. Vice Chair Cloud, you did an amazing job as always presenting the concerns that you have, and I think you were blunt and to the point, and it was very much appreciated. And then also really want to congratulate you. I understand that you are being honored now as an outstanding leader for WECO is recognizing you. So congratulations on that as well. Really, really very well deserved. And then I don't know if you'll touch on this at all, Brad, but South Platte Roundtable had a tour out in the Republican River Basin. That was really exciting. They held it in Yuma. Yuma looked like a war zone though because of the hailstorm they had this spring. Broken windows everywhere. Where even the room that we had the roundtable meeting in, there was broken windows. So it was amazing the challenges that they're facing out in that area. And then I was in Kelly's neck of the woods. Yeah, I was invited to talk to the Council of Governments up there. Kelly, as usual, was on her phone, but Patrick Stanko and I, one of the goals is, you know, one of our action plans is 2.5 in our water plan states that our efforts to really get urban planners to take seriously the idea of how do we incorporate agriculture. Not only how do we incorporate it, but how are we impacting agriculture with our growth. So I really appreciate these efforts. And one of my goals this coming year is really to talk to more urban planning entities to begin that dialogue. Great job on the IBCC. Really appreciated that conversation. I think it was great as well as the tour. And then Commissioner Greenberg and I were invited to present testimony at the first ever field hearing held by the Committee on, what is it, Conservation and Natural Resources? I can't remember the full title of the committee name. Anyway, Senator Bennett is the chair, ranking member Marshall held this hearing in Burlington. Many of you were there. We really appreciate the support and the opportunity that we had there to do that. Challenges that we had. This is the Farm Foundation, and this has no meaning to you at all and shouldn't. But while some dedicated people were floating the Green River, releasing bugs, some of us were still down here doing other things. So I thought it was interesting that the Ag Water Policy Advisor wasn't on the float trip. So we'll have to work on that. Hey, okay. This is St. Vrain left-hand diversion structure. Was invited up there to see this. They've finally automated that. And of course, which is really interesting about this, I think this was Supreme Court case back in 1822 or something that really set the prior appropriation system within the state. So it was really neat to go up there. Again, another remote location. This is down, Chairman Combs, this is down in your neighborhood. Spent the week last week in Alamosa, and I thought this was really a cool picture of the clouds. Just always a pleasure to go down there. But we were down there because the Ag Commission was down there. We had our Ag Commission meeting. We had actually the San Luis River District's offices, and then also we had a tour on Tuesday. I had to leave the tour. It ended up with this open forum that night, which you can see a lot of people attended. Had to leave the tour early because went back for the Rios-based roundtable, and I'm glad I did. You guys had a great panel on WaterWise, moderated by Gigi Dennis. And, you know, I really take the effort to try to be in person because it's those conversations afterwards that I think are so valuable. I think, Chairman Combs, you came up when I was visiting with Kathy Moravec from Colorado Springs. And it was really interesting. I was talking to her about interruptible supplies and how challenging it is for us farmers that if we dry up a piece of land for a year, it sounds so simple, but if we've lost our customer, how hard that is. And you could see the light bulb go on, and she said, "Oh, it's like quitting your job." And I was like, wow, that's a perfect example for me how to explain that to somebody that doesn't understand farming. It's like, well, if you quit your job, are you expecting to get your job back next year? Most likely not. And so it's a really great analogy and why I find these in-person conversations so valuable in attending some of these events. There's so much going on around the state, unfortunately, with high path AI. There's currently now 2 large poultry facilities with over probably 3 million birds that are being affected, and it's moving through our dairy herd. So the Department of Ag has really been working hard to identify these areas. And it's so far with genetic testing, it looks like the sources that are going into our bird facilities are coming from the dairies. And that's why it's been so important for us to try to identify the dairies so that we can isolate them and reduce the spread of them. Again, there's links on the sheet that I sent out if you want to find out more information about that. And with fair season coming up, there's a lot of questions about should we be restricting animals across this? And it is a very, very big concern, and our state vet is doing a great job in trying to control the spread of this. Of course, we'll put info and resources on the Department of Ag page. I have a link there as well. And then moving on, Colorado State Fair. For those of you going to Water Congress, I just came to the realization that Thursday is the last day of Water Congress. State Fair starts Friday. And Water Congress is in Colorado Springs, so it's not a very big trip to go down to Pueblo for the State Fair. And the first day of the State Fair, we honor the Centennial Farms down there. And then also they've started a tradition of providing these legacy awards. And Commissioner Greenberg this morning texted me and allowed me to announce today that one of the legacy awards will be going to Deb Daniels in the Republican. We're just for all the work that she's been doing to really support that area. So this is hot off the press that we'll be actually honoring Deb Daniels that day. That event is normally around noon at the State Fair. Welcome everybody to join us there. And then also we're in the process of hiring a State Fair manager, a new manager for the State Fair. So anybody that you know or think about that would be qualified for this position, please send them our way. And then agrivoltaics, we have an agrivoltaic grant that actually ends in July 21st. So it's right around the corner, but I'm excited about that program. Colorado Soil Health Program. With the legislation that's passed, it's going to provide tax credits. My recommendation maybe to the staff is sometime if we have a light agenda, that we have a presentation from the Department of Ag on the Soil Health Program. I think that would be the best approach there. And then rural mental health, we also had Senate Bill 055 that delegates the Department of Ag to create this behavioral health working group. And this application is now open. That QR code will take you to our website. As you know, one of my passions is actually rural mental health. And so we're looking to put this work group together that will work with behavioral health, BHA. What's the A stand for? Agency. Behavioral Health Administration, to work with them to really identify good resources for rural communities and working with with mental health. So really encourage anybody again to look at that application form. You'll probably go into this, Greg. Really appreciated the Arc Valley and the discussions they had at the last meeting. So thank you very much for those. I think you guys did a great job. I'm going to skip this and I'm going to include this for the next meeting. This is my one drone footage, but because time is short, I'm going to move on and just say thank you very much. A lot going on at Department A.
Thank you, Director Scott. Any questions or comments for Director Scott? Okay. Director Rome, we'll go on to you with division engineer or state engineer, I guess.
I'm gonna do without a mic either.
You wanted to try.
Yeah, I wanted to try. Okay, well, I said I was gonna do this without any charts or graphs or pictures, which is uncomfortable for an engineer, but so I'll be fairly short, but I want to thank Jackson County for hosting. I grew up in the northern Colorado area, even though I've been in Montrose for 18 years, and my father's favorite place to camp was in the State Forest State Park in Gould and up at Big Creek Lakes on the other side of North Park here. So we spent quite a bit of time when I was a kid recreating in this area, and it's beautiful. So it was brought back a lot of memories driving up the Poudre Canyon to get here this morning. So excited to be here. Just as an update for myself, activities that I've been doing a lot of presentations to different groups around the state to introduce myself to them and just give them my background and priorities and some of the same things I presented to this board at our last meeting. I've been to the Colorado Cattlemen's Association with Lauren, Riss, to the River District yesterday, to the Republican District. Spent some time in the San Luis Valley on Monday talking about groundwater administration. So making the rounds, I intend to continue to do that. Going to the Southwest District probably in August for their meeting, and then trying to figure out a schedule to make it to all the roundtables so that I can, get to know some of the folks that are on each of the roundtables. We'll be at the C9 Summit and the Water Congress. I'm slated to do 2 presentations to Water Congress. So if you want to hear Derek Turner, the new first AAG for our water unit that works with us on a lot of our issues, he and I are presenting in the CBA's time at the workshop on the first day. And then I'm doing an introduction to myself for the group on the last day. So making a lot of traveling. I can feel Director Riss's feelings about the traveling. I need to get some work done at some point too. So anyway, but it's great to get out and meet folks. I also am excited to announce that we now have a full executive leadership team at DWR. Between the last meeting and now, we hired John Hanyati to be the Assistant State Engineer for Safety and Systems. And the programs that he is in charge of are the ones that I was previously in charge of, which is water information, hydrography, which is our stream gauging and measuring section, and the dam safety program. And so now that we have a full executive leadership team, and hopefully it will be a stable executive leadership team, because there's just been a lot of, generational retirement. We've had a lot of that leadership team has completely turned over in the last 2 years. So we will be looking at making sure all of the duties and to accomplish the mission at DWR are distributed properly. I was doing a lot of Colorado River compact stuff in addition to those other duties that John will probably not be taking on. And maybe we'll go back to a little bit of, Tracy is in this position Mike Sullivan was in for a long time and helped a lot with interstate compact. So you may see Tracy involved in some compact issues going forward, but I'm really excited it's a really strong leadership team, a variety of ways at looking at things, which is really good. So I'm excited to have that. The position, obviously, John Hanyadi was our dam safety chief. And so that brings another challenge, is trying to replace the dam safety chief. We did interviews completed just this week for that position. And so hopefully we'll be announcing a new chief of dam safety going forward, which I think is important for to mention here, because CWCB staff, we work a lot with reservoir owners on funding that they either get through water plan grants or otherwise. And so roundtable grants. So the CWCB staff work pretty closely with our dam safety chief. So hopefully we'll be announcing that in the next couple of weeks, who that new person is. Occurred since the last meeting is I've had some discussions with folks in the Arkansas Valley, including Greg Felt, and about some potential administrative changes in the Arkansas Valley. One of them that I'll highlight here is there's a number of water rights in the Arkansas Valley that have been administered without consideration of what's called the postponement doctrine. So just for a little background, the postponement doctrine is this part of statute that basically directs us to consider any adjudication subsequent or after the original adjudication, that all water rights in those supplemental adjudications are junior to the original adjudications. And there are water rights in the Arkansas, fairly good number of them that have been administered just considering their appropriation date. So the date that their water was appropriated, not considering the date that the adjudication occurred. It's been happening for many decades. And I'm not completely clear on how that occurred, but I think that it is clear that the path forward that we're taking is that we're having the AGs, I've asked the AG's office to take a deeper dive into the history, and then also look at the authority of the state engineer's office to change our tabulation. So our tabulation is our database of water rights. So if you go onto our website and you look up, water rights in a specific river basin, that list you're going to get is coming from our tabulation. And that tabulation is specified in statute as the way that we direct administration, essentially. And so right now the tabulation doesn't match. And that's how some of this was discovered, was looking into some of our tools, newer tools, that the actual administration doesn't really match. If you go and you look online to see when you're in or out of priority, it may not be accurate in some places because of the way that they've been administered. So the goal obviously would to make those things match, so that some of these tools that we really need to use to be able to efficiently do our jobs and handle all of the complexity that I talked about at the last meeting that's been increasing exponentially in all basins of the state. We need those things to match so that we can administer and people can know what to expect based upon what our tools show. So the AG's office is looking at our authority to change the tabulation based on the fact that this has been happening and these folks have enjoyed their water rights for a long period of time, in excess of 18 years, which is actually a number that's in the statute, or authority to change administration practices. So there may have been some indication in the basin that this change, there was going to be some change happening imminently, and that is not going to happen. It's not a change that's happening imminently. We're making sure we do a full analysis, a deeper dive, so that I, as the state engineer and Division of Water Resources director, can make a decision on how we move forward to correct the issue. So I've spent a significant amount of time on that, but I think it's really important. It's important to the users. It's important to make sure that we're transparent in when we make decisions that change how, the water that people have been using for a long time. So I appreciate Greg's time. And I was lucky enough to actually get to ride with Robert Sakato to Salida to meet with the Upper Ark and get to know Robert a little better. And he's offered to be a chauffeur for me, which I might need with all of the driving I've been doing. So anyway, so that's one big issue that we're working on. And then I guess last, I don't know, Scott may mention this, I would assume in his AG's report. So I'm just going to mention briefly something that I'm sure most of you have heard, that the Texas v. New Mexico and Colorado case, the opinion was released on June 21st. It was a little shocking, to be honest, at least for me. I think it was shocking for people that I'm not going to get into the details of the case. If I don't know how much Scott's going to get into it, but we've talked about the case before. But essentially, the opinion was a 5-4 decision to deny the motion by the 3 states to enter the consent decree that we had signed. And so, what does that mean? Basically, they've agreed with the federal government that has asserted a compact claim that we cannot dismiss their compact claim by signing a consent decree. And so what that means, we're trying to decide, the 3 states have got to work with the federal government. Obviously, that means we're back to the table, either working on a settlement or litigation or other options. So unfortunately, that means that issue is not settled. So, and with that, I will end my director's report.
Questions for everyone? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to relay to you, Director Ullman, all your efforts to be out there and outreach with people. I'm getting good returns back. I think people really appreciate getting to visit with you in person and getting to know who you are. And I am more than willing to be your chauffeur anytime. Yeah, it was a good thing we almost ran out of gas, so we stopped for gas, and then I took over driving so he could finish his last minute report that he had to have by 5 p.m. Like, oh, where's my internet connection? Come on, I need to get it done.
It is sometimes helpful to have somebody driving so you can work while you're.
Yeah, exactly. So Director Riss, if you need a chauffeur anytime, please contact me. Nate, I'm more than happy to drive as well. So it was a really enjoyable ride. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I was going to also thank you for being there in the Rio Grande. It was helpful. We hosted some of our New Mexico neighbors and were able to try to give them some ideas of how we manage groundwater. And it was impressive to have our state engineer there. We really appreciate you taking the time to do that. And like Director Sakata said, I think getting to know people and see your personality and how caring you are was very beneficial. So thank you.
Thanks. I appreciated you inviting me because I learned some things about the San Luis Valley's Conservancy Districts and the Rio Grande Conservation District's efforts in the water, administering groundwater. Was that meeting was essentially New Mexico's, regardless of the fact that the consent decree is not final now, they are understanding that they're going to have to do some groundwater administration in the southern part of the Rio Grande. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, no other questions or comments? Robert, we'll go to you with Vision of Parks and Wildlife.
All right, thank you, Chair Combs. Let's see, Director Davis sends his regrets. He's in Meeker today, getting ready for the Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting, which is going to be over the next couple days down there. I'm Rob Harris. I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at CPW. And as Assistant Director Pearson mentioned earlier, I'm going to jump into the zebra mussel issue, since this is probably the biggest thing we're working on right now, unfortunately, at CPW. So in routine testing earlier this month, CPW did discover zebra mussel veligers in the Government Highline Canal in the Grand Valley, as well as in the Colorado River main stem above the roller dam. So for folks who don't know, a veliger is the larval stage, like the caterpillar, if you will, of these zebra mussels. They're free floating. That's how they spread. Zebra mussels, I think most folks know this, but pose a risk to infrastructure that pulls the water from the Colorado River. As they mature, the mussels bond to surfaces with bisol threads, which makes them extremely difficult to remove. Zebra mussels are a highly invasive species that also impact waterways ecologically and recreationally. The establishment of zebra mussels in the Colorado River is likely to negatively impact native fish populations due to their filter feeding strategies that strip essential prey items such as plankton from the water. Slower moving sections of the river, such as pools, eddies, and backwaters, will be especially prone to invasion. Well, this isn't the first time, even kind of by a long shot, that we found veligers in Colorado. I mean, what really sets this discovery apart is that we know that zebra mussels are capable of reaching their adult stage in the Grand Valley. As this board will recall, in 2022, we found adult zebra mussels in Highland Lake State Park, which really became the first body of water in Colorado to become infested with zebra mussels. Since then, CPW's aquatic nuisance species team has been focused on eradicating the zebra mussels from Highland Lake and protecting other bodies of water in Colorado, which prompted a big agency-wide effort to eradicate that infestation. Obviously, this news is very frustrating in light of the work we've put in to try to remedy that situation, given that these locations are directly upstream of Highline. Challenging news, it's not going to deter CPW from continuing the hard work and dedication to protect Colorado's waters statewide. CPW is continuing to work closely with our partners. We also did, conducted some extensive outreach with the known water users who might be directly affected by this. And hopefully the other users who are interested, will have seen the news or gotten the news through many of the entities that are, I think, coordinating around this development. I also want to thank Robert Walters, who's CPW's invasive species coordinator, and his whole team for their diligence both in discovering and also responding to this situation. Very tough spot to be in. I think that's all we've got for now. We can expect further updates on the situation as we learn more in the future. To some happier news, the water section hopefully pretty soon is going to be hiring a brand new full-time position we're calling the Water Resources Coordinator, mostly because water and money person is too clunky. But that's really what this job is. This is somebody who really understands the water sector really well and is going to act as the switchboard operator between money sources and our needs, and also to help coordinate our communications with CWCB on things like water plan grants and the like. So really excited to get this person on board, and I think that's a very cool, very unique position. So if you know folks who are interested, it will be based in Denver. If you know folks who might be interested, please spread the word. Changes to announce to increase CPW's efficiency and effectiveness. Director Davis has split the former Aquatics Terrestrial and Natural Resources branch, in which water is a part, into two new branches, the Aquatic Wildlife Branch and the Terrestrial Wildlife Branch. The Aquatic Wildlife Branch is going to be led by Assistant Director Matt Nickel. Reed DeWalt has been promoted to Deputy Director, and he's going to oversee both of these new branches. So along with the Policy and Planning Branch, ensuring that CPW has a clear aligned priorities and legislative priorities that support CPW's mission, Deputy Director DeWalt and Deputy Director Dugan are now going to really help Director Davis, sort of spread out that span of control. There's been a lot of stuff just on the director's shoulders, and I think a lot of the idea here is to really share that load and allow Director Davis to focus his time on critical relationships within the state government and key partners and stakeholders. Tragically, Colorado has seen 26 water recreation related fatalities before the recent 4th of July weekend, which far outpaces the state's previous record. While there's no single culprit, for these incidents, the primary causes appear to be insufficient life jacket usage, lack of preparedness for wind and weather, and just ignorance of the dangers out on the water. So CPW strongly encourages boaters to visit our website where they can learn more about boating rules, regulations, and requirements for personal flotation device use, boating and paddling safety. You can also sign up for boating safety and seamanship courses. So for folks interested in that, definitely please check that out. Hopefully we can save some lives. And then, also the Parks and Wildlife Commission, I mentioned their meeting in Meeker this week. And understandably, CPW is aware that many members of the public and this board are interested in ongoing discussions regarding the restoration of gray wolves in Colorado, which is mandated by Proposition 114. The commission is currently scheduled to hear agenda items, including public comment on wolves, this Friday morning. And we encourage anybody who wants to talk about that to either attend in person, or you can sign up online on the commission site to make a comment through Zoom. And the latest updates, as always, are available on the Gray Wolves page on CPW's website. And so with that, I'll conclude the CPW Director's report.
Water Resource and Power Development, I guess Keith is online, is that correct?
I'm here. Great. Can you guys hear me okay? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Keith.
Okay, thanks. Just couldn't see any thumbs up. Thank you for that. Thanks, Jessica. Again, Keith McLaughlin, Executive Director for Colorado Water Resources Power Development Authority. My written report should be linked to your agenda. I'm just going to hit a couple highlights and happy to answer any questions. At our June board meeting, we approved 2 new drinking water applications for the Drinking Water Revolving Fund program. One was the Project 7 Water Authority. It was about $3 million. It's only for some pre-construction work and engineering costs. It's a huge $150 million project that we're only going to be able to fund probably a third of, but we wanted to give them some of that upfront money to start that engineering and pre-construction work. The other application that was approved in June on the drinking water side is the town of Ridgeway. It was a pipe replacement project for about $650,000. Our estimated capacity for the remaining of the year for the drinking water program is about $60 million. Now, with that said, we're expecting up to 6 applications at our August board meeting for about $61 million. So if that's the case, we'll have to prioritize those projects, and one project wouldn't be fully funded. It also means we wouldn't be able to fund any more drinking water projects under that program for the remainder of the year. So we'll see if all those applications end up coming in, but that could mean we're a little short on funds on that side. On the wastewater side in June, we just had one application come in for the Clifton Sanitation District for $3 million. Kind of an interesting project. It was a solar panel project. They've got some room out there, and so it's 4 acres of solar panels, which traditionally we don't see. It's usually part of a larger project, but we can fund that separately if it's for treatment works, and that was the case here. On the wastewater side, if you recall, the Water and Power Authority actually ran out of money for the first time in its program history in the spring of this year. And so we've got more funds coming in this fall. With that, our capacity is about $30 million. We're expecting a handful of applications, I guess up to 3 applications on the wastewater side in August for about $6.5 million. So we should have maybe $20–25 million remaining for the rest of the year on the wastewater side. In terms of our CAP grants, which is through EPA, that's the primary source of funding. The 2024 CAP grants were essentially the same as the levels of 2023, which we're glad they weren't cut significantly as they have been in a couple of years previously, but those funds are still about 56% down from where they were in 2021. We continue to work on that issue, and as I've reported to this board before, the congressionally directed spending really cuts out the portion of the funding that we would normally otherwise get. So while they're approving sort of full funding for the programs, they're coming back in the appropriation process and then cutting our funds to sort of make room for these congressionally directed spending funds. So we're continuing to work with the Colorado senators on this office, in their offices, Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper. We also have been more recently engaged with Representative Pedersen's office, who's been really fantastic on leading this effort on the House side, expressing sort of the long-term concerns of the cuts to the program. So it's been great to see her engaged in leading that effort. In terms of the big bill funds that we have, or IIJA funds, and if you recall, that's about 570 million Colorado received just under our programs over a 5-year period. We're in the 3rd year of the bill programs. And while our capacity is being stretched, as I mentioned, in the 2 base programs, there are a couple of pots of funds that we're still actively pursuing projects. And that's the lead funds. We've got a handful of projects, but not a lot of projects under that program, and another $30 million coming in. So if you're aware of any lead removal projects out there, we'd love to talk to you. The other big pot that we are actively seeking projects is emerging contaminants projects, like PFAS, and that's really what that's primarily geared towards. And even though that's now becoming a regulated contaminant, it still is eligible for that emerging contaminant funding. We've got about $70 million over the next couple of years under that pot. And again, only a handful of projects right now actively seeking those funds. A couple other projects I'll mention, I'll conclude my report. The authority continues to work very closely with CWCB in terms of funding the Arkansas Valley Conduit Project. They're actually working through the SRF programs as we speak. My hope is that they'll submit an application to us sometime, fall to late this year, maybe even early next year at the latest. But we'd love to continue to work on that project and get to the funding stage. So we're excited to continue to coordinate with CWCB on that project. We've got a joint meeting coming up in August. Our August board meeting is always, I think CWCB is the same way, it's typically in conjunction with the Colorado Water Congress. It'll be in Colorado Springs this year on August 21st. We're planning a joint meeting with the Water Quality Control Commission. Those are sort of critical partners on our programs. We've done that once before. This will be the 2nd time. So we're working with the commission right now to put an agenda together. Tentatively, we're looking at kind of a 1 to 3 p.m. on the August 21st for our joint meeting. And then the authority meeting would be from 3 to 5 o'clock. So, and I think that concludes my report, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. And thanks again, Jessica, for not leaving me hanging out there.
Thank you, Director McLaughlin. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Director Vasquez, and then we'll get.
Keith? No? Never mind. Okay. Okay, so Keith, my question is it required that all municipal water treatment plants test for PFAS?
It's going to be a phased requirement for PFAS, but the answer really is yes. I mean, everybody's going to have to test, and if you're over a certain level, you'll have to treat for it. The numbers that I've heard, and again, these are rough estimates at this point, is anywhere between 5 and 10% of utilities will likely be testing positive for PFAS. And that's an expensive treatment process to remove. We'll see what the final numbers come in. That struck me initially as low, but I've checked with folks at the health department, and they confirm that at least that's what the numbers are that they're seeing. But it is a regulated contaminant at that point. So if you're not checking for PFAS, you will be in the future.
but I noticed that division engineer from Division 6 is here today. She was behind the podium, so I didn't see that she was here. I was going to introduce Erin Light, to those of you that don't know. So thank you for coming, Erin.
Welcome. Anybody else for Director McLaughlin? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to the IBCC report and Director Mitchell's asked that Lauren kind of step in here, so we'll give it to her.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Mitchell is in the middle of a Basin States meeting today and is unable to join us remotely as she had hoped. Hopefully she'll be able to tune in for some of the later Colorado River agenda items, but she did have Viola send around her written update, so I'm not going to go through that in great detail, but I did want to highlight that we are really excited that Heather Dutton was appointed to the IBCC. She's a former board member, of course, Director Combs' predecessor. She was appointed as one of the 6 governor appointments to the IBCC and is replacing Melly Whiting, who stepped down as she moved. So we're really excited to have Heather back into the state fold. I'll just mention quickly that the IBCC did meet on June 18th in Durango and by all accounts had a very productive meeting. They had a number of presentations, took a tour of Lake Nighthorse, and it sounds like is beginning to consider updating a former deliverable from the IBCC, which was referred to as the low regrets, the no and low regrets document. For those of you who have been around as long as I have, you'll recall that that was the topic of much discussion with the IBCC, and they are picking that back up and considering a low regrets 2.0 action plan. So that is what the IBCC will be working on. I see Ken shaking his head here in the back, who's also on the IBCC. Thanks for joining us, Ken. But your update from Becky is in your inbox, hopefully, so feel free to check that out. And I'll just leave it at that. So thank you.
All right, thank you. We've come up on time for our morning break, so we'll go ahead and take that and we'll get back here by 10:45. So thank you.
Recording stopped.
We're gonna do. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back here. I think everybody's ready to go. First, action item we've got here is, we got Colin Watson with the request for the authorization to proceed to trial and stipulated opposition case. I had to read it all.
It's a mouthful. Thank you, Chair Combs. For the record, Colin Watson, CWCB staff. This is an action item. Today I'm presenting item 5. So request for authorization to proceed to trial in a stipulated water court case. So this is a case that we have already reached stipulation in. I believe 18 opposers have stipulated, and I think 3 are remaining for trial. We don't expect to need to participate, but we're preparing for a rare situation where we might need to defend the terms of our stipulation. This case is Broomfield, Division 1, case number 20 CW 3216, and trial is coming up August 12th, and I believe it's still scheduled for 10 days. Judge Taylor, I think, has changed trial length to reduce it a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it's still 10 days. Broomfield's seeking a change of water rights, which could potentially impact our in-stream flow water rights on South Boulder Creek and Boulder Creek. These are diversions from the community ditch. And as I mentioned, there's, I think, 3 remaining opposers that are still on the case. And answer any questions with more details on the case if anyone has any.
Could you tell me again, what was the date this could go to trial?
August 10th.
August 10th, thank you.
Or sorry, August 12th.
August 12th, okay. Oh, there it is right there, sorry, okay. All right, any other questions or? Well, I accept a motion for staff recommendation on agenda item 5A. Director Cloud, Director Brown was the second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, number 6, item 6. Go ahead, Ron.
Oh, good morning, Rob Beal, CWCB staff. This is agenda items 6A and 6B. This is the 1-year implementation of a previously approved lease agreement to use Rudai Reservoir water for in-stream flow use on the 15-mile reach in Water Division 5. So I'm going to go through the presentation. These are very similar in nature, but since they're 2 different funding requests, they're going to be two different staff recommendations at the end, one for 6A and one for 6B. A little bit of what we're talking about. These would be releases from Rudai Reservoir, which is up on the Frying Pan River. Water travels down the Frying Pan to the Roaring Fork onto the main stem of the Colorado River, all the way down to near the town of Palisade, upstream of Grand Junction, to the 15-mile reach. It's about 130 miles. This water is to help with the recovery of the threatened and endangered fish that are down in the 15-mile reach. The bony tail, the pike minnow, the humpback, and the razorback. And CWCB has been doing these leases for several years now. I believe we started doing the leases with Ute Water Conservancy District in 2015 and with Garfield County in 2020. And we do these annually to help the Fish and Wildlife Service meet the targets in support of the recovery program. Old is from 2020, but it kind of gives you an idea of the benefits of these types of flow programs, of adding additional water into the 15-mile reach. Blue line indicates water with the supplemental flows of all the water for the recovery program, and the green line would be what the flows would be without it. So you can see in especially the later summer periods and into the fall, there's a pretty drastic difference between the two. The board approved water use agreements with Ute Water Conservancy District in Garfield County. The Ute Water Conservancy District agreement lasts up to 5 years. The Garfield County lasts up to 2 years, so that this will be the last year of that agreement. And for the Ute Water Conservancy District, it goes up to 12,000 acre feet that they'd be willing to lease to the CWCB, and for Garfield County, it's 350 acre feet. For this year, Garfield County is willing to lease the CWCB that full 350 acre feet up to a price of $25,637.5. And for Ute Water Conservancy District, they're willing to entertain leasing the CWCB up to 6,000 acre feet at $20 an acre foot for up to $120,000. And funding for both would come out of the Species Conservation Trust Fund as well. Agreements with Ute Water and Garfield County. The agreements govern all the important details of these leases, the volume, the rates, the timing, the payment procedures, being able to use this water for hydropower use on the way down to the 15-mile reach, and the coordination between the different entities. There's also a clause in the Ute water lease that we discussed last year about possible releases on the frying pan in December if this water is not used up by the end of October. I don't foresee that happening, but that's just a clause that we want to pay for water that we couldn't use for some climate conditions that we'd have an availability later in the year to use it. So the CWCB coordinates on these releases with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Reclamation on timing, the volume. Those agreements that I mentioned, they also talk about restrictions on the flows that can be in the Frying Pan River for those releases to occur, and what the ramping rates would be followed to help the fishery maintain on the Frying Pan as well. And so CWCB will also present these programs at August meeting between the Bureau and Rudeye Reservoir Water Operations stakeholders. For this agenda item for 6A is to authorize an expenditure of the $25,637.50 from the Species Conservation Trust Fund to implement a short-term lease up to 300 acre feet with Garfield County. And also in 6B to authorize an expenditure up to $120,000 from the Species Conservation Trust Fund for a short-term lease up to 6,000 acre feet from the Ute Water Conservancy District. And with that, I can entertain any questions if there are any.
Does anybody have any questions for Rob? Yes, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rob. How did you come about the rates under each arrangement?
So the rates on each arrangement is Garfield County uses more of a market-based rate. So they use a rate that's been the River District uses for their environmental flows out of Rudeye Reservoir, which is a little bit less than most of the other rates at Rudeye Reservoir. Ute Water Conservancy District came up there $20 an acre foot. I think they generally use it just to meet their O&M costs. And so they're not looking for a market-based rate on that.
Just following up on Director Nguyen's question, is there some other element here in terms of why we would purchase that relatively small amount of water for over 3 times as much and not just try to negotiate that amount of water added to the Ute Conservancy deal?
Well, I think, that's a good question. Thank you, Director Pelt. We could negotiate with Ute Water Conservancy District, but they're at kind of, we're at the reliance on how much water they want to release out of their pool. And so this year, they're like, the maximum we would want to do is up to 6,000 acre feet, like full stop. That's okay. That's it. And so the agreement we have with the Garfield County is for that smaller amount, the 350 acre feet, but we still feel like there's still value in releasing that additional water to the 50-mile reach because of the need. As you saw in that one chart, where meeting the flow targets from Fish and Wildlife Service are difficult to meet in some of that late summer conditions.
Okay. And then just remind me, is that water is effectively shepherded all that 130 miles or whatever you said it was from Route I down to the 15-mile reach?
It's shepherded in the 15-mile reach itself. I believe that the Division of Water Resources will allow people to use that water if it's replaced before that time. But
If what?
if
Sorry.
it's replaced before then, but
Uh-huh.
this is to make sure that that water it makes it to the top of the 15-mile reach. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Kind of prioritization that you use the Ute Mountain first, and then if you don't need it, you don't use the Garfield County, or is it all assumed to be used every year?
So we coordinate with the Bureau of Rec and the Fish and Wildlife Service. We kind of provide them with an estimate of how much water we're gonna have, so they are able to kind of schedule out all the releases that they have, because these aren't the only releases that come out of Root Eye Reservoir as well. And so we would find the acre foot amount so that they can schedule long-term to be able to make sure that they can evaluate what the flows are gonna be and what water is gonna be needed to be released.
A question that's for both you and Robert, and that is, where are these zebra mussel larvae? Are they in the 15-mile reach?
I don't know specifically that they're in the 15-mile reach. We just know that they're in the Colorado River above the roller dam. So I think it's probably a reasonable assumption, but I don't know that we've actually tested that.
Separated for staff recommendation will go on agenda item 6A first. Entertain a motion. Director Vasquez, is there a second? Director Brown, okay. Is there any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of staff recommendation on item 6A? Aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Any opposed? Okay, so yes, please, Director Brown.
Is Director Boucher on?
I have not seen him on. I see Director Brody on, but I have not seen if Director Boucher has made it yet. Are you there, Paul? So, sorry, Director Brody, I hope you're not trying to make motions because I haven't been watching well. I apologize.
You're good. I'll use the raise my hand function if I need to get your attention.
Thank you. Somebody else will have to use a hammer, so. Thank you. So we'll go on to agenda item 6B and accept a motion on that for staff recommendation. Director Brown again. There's a second. Director Vasquez, okay. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Pass. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Okay, Cole.
Officer. This is agenda item 7. It's a new CWCB policy for allowable indirect rates on grants. This is going to be an action item, and I've got a staff recommendation for you. But first, I'm going to kind of back up and give you some context for where this is coming from. So as you all well know, we provide grants for all kinds of different projects to all kinds of different entities in all different parts of the state. Through our different grant programs and their construction projects and their stakeholder engagement projects, and we do purchases and studies. And all of those different grants, when those applications come to us, include budget proposals and estimates of those costs. And one of the real strengths of our programs is that we can accommodate those budgets that they come in lots of different forms. It doesn't matter much the format of those budgets, so long as the information that's in there is clear and detailed and there's transparency about where exactly the funding is going to go. And some of the budgets we receive, maybe 1 out of 10 of them, include a fixed percentage adjustment at the very end of the budget that's called an indirect rate. And the inclusion of an indirect rate is a sort of a standard procedure for NGOs and institutions of higher education when we get those. That typically isn't included from, a municipality or any other government or consulting firms. They include those costs in different ways. And so historically, when we've seen those budgets that include an indirect rate at the bottom, we've had a general understanding in the office that we kind of aim for 15% or less, something that number or less is what we're looking for, regardless of whether you're looking at a water plan grant or a WSRF or any other kind of project grant. But it's just been general guidance and not a policy. And then the controller's office at DNR does this additional review after we've all seen everything. So when we get a grant application that includes a budget, staff looks at it. They might modify that with the grantee. We'll come to you for approval of that. And then the controller's office goes through the contracting process and they review to make sure that everything is in accordance with state fiscal rules. And they've had a similar approach for a long time that said 15% is a good number, but that's not hard and fast. More recently, they've taken a firmer stance that they do think that needs to be hard and fast in order to adhere to state fiscal rules. And so what this proposal is trying to do is to take that 15% requirement that the controller's office feels more strongly about now and put that at the very beginning of the process so it's clear to everybody that that's what we're doing. We've had a couple cases now where we've done a review with somebody and we felt comfortable with, say, 18% or something like that. We came to you, it was approved, made it all the way through the controller's office several months down the road, and then we find out that that's not going to work. We got to come back to square one, and that's not fair to the folks getting grants. And we've been able to make that work, but it just puts that requirement right up front so that we can be clear and set expectations for folks at the beginning of the process. This is the recommendation here. I put the actual policy in the memo. And like I say, this is not really a diversion from our current guidance. It just sets our policy a little bit more firmly, and we can use this for folks for any of our CWCB grant programs early on to make sure that's clear to people when we're developing their budgets. So I can take any questions on that.
Anybody any questions for Cole? Okay, if not, I'd accept a motion for agenda item 7. Director Phelps. Thank you. Is there a second? Director Wind, thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. And item 8, Jenna.
Good morning, Jenna Batson, CWCB staff for the record, and I will be speaking to agenda item 8, the turf replacement program criteria and guidelines approval. For more context, I am the outdoor water conservation coordinator in the water supply planning section, and I manage the turf replacement program. And the last time I had the opportunity to present to you all, I was asking for money. I'm not going to do that this time. Instead, I'm going to provide just a background about where we've been with the turf replacement program, current updates that should help provide a better understanding to the guidelines that we're recommending for board approval. '23 to launch the program, but there was a lot of interest out there, a lot of public interest, a lot of just how is this program going to look? What is it going to, what is it going to mean for everybody? There was also the Memorandum of Understanding, or the MOU, by and among Colorado River Basin municipal and public water providers that committed to implementing programs and policies to reduce and replace non-functional or decorative grass by 30%. So there was just a ton of interest, a lot of demand. Some of the Colorado utility signatories included Aurora Water, Denver Water, Pueblo Water, and Colorado Springs Utilities, as well as Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District. So CWCB wanted to meet that demand, and staff worked really hard to roll out the program 6 months ahead of the deadline. That launched at about the same time as the Colorado Water Plan, and as well as Governor Polis's initiative to have CWCB create and manage an urban landscape conservation task force. So the funding was a one-time funding infusion from the general fund, so also known as taxpayer dollars. It was not authorized as a permanent program, given the sunset date on the one-time funding infusion. So CWCB really needed to create this innovative contract approach. So effectively what we did was set up the contracts in a way that we would work with each participant as sort of a third party to do the work for under $50,000 contracts, similar to how we would hire contractors for under $50,000 generally. So this allowed us to be nimble. We were able to move really quickly with awarding the funding, which was really important considering the planting seasons are really limited in Colorado. So there's not a lot of time for these projects and programs to be implemented and be completed. We were also rolling this out on the heels of the Water Equity Task Force. So equity was of course top of mind, and we wanted to find a way to be able to really spread the funding out across the state and make sure that everyone was able to take advantage of it if they wanted to. So that $50,000 contract limit made sense in that regard too. And then again, timeliness with that sunset date of June 30th, 2025, when all the funding needs to be expended. That meant that we really needed to move quickly and get things going and get things under contract. And within 8 months of the program launch, CWCB was able to award all of the funding, which is still ongoing and being spent by 58 funding recipients. Going on that's relative to note, of course, HB 221151, creating the turf replacement program, but also the board voted to include $2 million in CWCB's projects bill for 2024, which HB 241435 passed, allowing us to continue this program. So thank you all for including that in the projects bill. There's also been non-functional turf restrictions on the local level, but also on the state level. So SB 24005 passed this year, prohibiting the installation of non-functional turf on non-residential properties and other specific non-functional areas. Governor Polis also previously issued an executive order, which included calling for the development of state policy containing criteria for low water use and efficient landscapes on state facilities. So this has been created and is being incorporated into other policies. And then you all also graciously voted to award Resource Central a $1.5 million water plan grant in the fall of last year to advance a transformative landscape change. This was the largest grant in the conservation and land use planning category. CWCB also has other grant pathways that already exist for turf removal efforts through water plan grants and also water supply reserve fund grants for applicants. So applicants can apply for water conservation and drought resilience grants that definitely includes turf replacement, and we have funded that in the past. CWCB is also advancing what we know about turf replacement and landscape transformation in general. So we've engaged in 2 exploratory analyses that sort of took an economic approach, looking at the amount of turf that is in Colorado. Estimates, of course, we haven't completed any mapping with that. Looking at the potential water savings that we could get from that, what the cost would be, and just looking at the other costs of the benefits of turf removal and replacement. Also, I mentioned the Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force, which was the Governor Polis initiative. CWCB convened and managed that and then produced a report that came out in January of this year that included consensus-based recommendations on the best way to advance landscape transformation. We are also working on a collaborative DIY turf handbook because this is something that a lot of people are asking for. If they want to make changes on their own property, overwhelming if you just look it up on the internet and there's all these different sources. So we're creating this collaborative and one-stop shop for people to be able to do this on their own properties. We're also advancing a state of the science report that if you remember the forest health white paper, it is similar to that structure where we're pulling on what we know, pulling on all the resources we've been gathering, doing more analysis so that we can present a real state of the science of where we're at right now with landscape transformation and all the moving parts and variant components. So both that and the DIY turf handbook are expected to be out early of next year. And how we have been running the program, because it was not framed as a typical grant criteria with guidelines, but instead CWCB crafted it to set real clear requirements for contracting, including guidance for each of the scope of works and budgets that were developed. So most of the criteria that we included is well defined in legislation. In other cases, such as the definitions of the eligible groups who can receive funding, was a little bit less clear, and staff worked to clarify the eligibility based on the perceived legislative intent. So as written in HB 221151, the eligible entities included a local government, a district, a Native American tribe, or a nonprofit organization. So some of these eligible entities, not as clear. For example, local government, if you look up the definition, you might not find water utilities and providers in there. And without clarification on what that actually meant, entities like Aurora Water, Castle Rock Water, Colorado Springs Utilities, Greeley Water and Sewer Department, who have already been working to advance landscape transformation and were expected to continue through with help through this funding, they might not have been aware if they were eligible to apply with just the criteria as listed with the eligible entities. So legislation was also not completely clear on nonprofits. So CWCB refined the definition to be clear and meet the perceived intent of the legislation again, to mean 501c3 nonprofits. So organizations with that classification status who have programs that can support turf removal and replacement. So the program in general was really designed to allow these eligible entities to provide local incentives that may be in the form of rebates, that may also be a visual incentive that can include these public-facing demonstration gardens to really inspire the community to embrace water-wise landscapes. So the legislation intent really focused on these eligible entities being capable of running or administrating these varying types of incentives. So the eligibility was really incumbent on some combination of larger service area of jurisdiction, staffing capacity, or the ability to administer programs across multiple properties. So the funding is really meant to advance and pilot these local turf replacement efforts. So having a nonprofit that has not worked with water conservation or turf replacement before, that would maybe just convert a one and done piece of their property for their own benefit without clear additional benefits to the public, didn't really make sense for CWCB to fund. And as single family residents are not eligible to receive direct funding from the state, it really made sense that homeowner associations or HOAs, typically classified in Colorado as nonprofits, even though their status is usually 501c4, that they also would not be eligible for this funding directly from the state. However, they can participate in the program by working with eligible entities as a third-party contractor to do work on their own property, which we actually saw one of the funding recipients of the turf replacement program partner with an HOA so that they could advance the project that they wanted to do. So in summary, there is still a pathway for HOAs to receive funding, just not as a direct contract with the state, in the same way that we don't directly contract with single-family residents. And just update on the two nonprofits that we did provide funding for. They're piloting turf replacement projects for residents, businesses, and municipal properties, as well as designing water-wise and fire-wise templates that will be available to the public and creating demonstration gardens for residents, which we felt was really in the spirit of the legislation with what they were doing to advance. And with this refined criteria from the legislation, CWCB was consistent with the communication across the board and adhered to all of this when we were selecting all of the funding candidates and ones that we were going to advance. Showed the same map, but thought I would bring it back. So 74% of what we've funded out of the 50 projects have been rebate programs that are available to the local residents. That some of them are open to single family residents, some of them are open to commercial properties. That really, we let the funding recipients decide what made sense for their community. And then 26% are the site-specific projects, which we consider to be these visual incentives, which are demonstration gardens, that is really just advancing the aesthetic and normalizing what we're looking at when we're looking at water-wise vegetation in our landscapes. So going back to the equity thing with us trying to spread out the funding across the state, 74% of the program participants still ended up being on the East Slope in the Front Range. But when you look at the population of Colorado, it makes a little bit more sense with 90% also being on the East Slope. And then in one of those exploratory analysis we did, we found that likely around 89% of municipal irrigation is occurring on the east slope. So it also makes a little bit more sense with how that funding was spread out. But I do want to note that all of the eligible applicants that applied, we were able to fund. So we weren't turning anybody away at that point. Anyone who came in that wanted funding was able to get it. So that also kind of explains the spread out and layout of where the funding went to. But I want to stress these are estimates. This is not what has happened already. This is what we are thinking might happen from the funding that was provided from the turf replacement program. And we will, of course, know after the completion reports and after all the projects have expended their funding. But based on the scopes of works that we've received and the applications, we expect to see just under 57 acres of turf removal and replacement across the state. This figure was a little bit more cut and dry to figure out from the scopes of work than the water saving estimates, because when we did ask people to provide what they expected to save, and the metrics that were used were a little bit all over the place. Some would respond and say, we're going to reduce our water use by 30%. But if we don't know the baseline of what they're reducing that from, it's really hard for us to figure out and apply gallons to that. Also, some of the water saving estimates that we received were based on calculations and formulas and not on actual usage data. So there was, it was difficult and complex to try to clean up that data. So without submetering and a control group to really compare irrigation use on different landscape typologies in different regions, it's really difficult to say how much water will be saved. So instead, what we did is we took a very low end estimate of water savings at 4 gallons per square feet, and then took a higher end estimate at 11 gallons per square feet to calculate the range of what we could potentially expect to save based on the projected amount of turf removal. So this ends up being about 30 to 80 acre feet of water from these 50 projects. These numbers, again, could shift dramatically depending on a lot of factors on the varying converted landscapes. And again, we hope to learn more as the funding is expended and we receive these completion reports. So I also want to say water savings may not be realized during the establishment period. So there might be a little bit of delay with us really understanding the impact of this program. And the reason that I have that lower range as so low at 4 gallons per square feet is that everything has to go right to hit that upper threshold of water saving projections. And we really just want to be realistic in what we can expect in savings. So these water savings will ultimately look different depending on the state the state of the property conversion, how much it was being irrigated before, what vegetation is being taken out, what is being put in, the irrigation efficiency, the system itself, the health of the soil, how much shade is around, human behavior with how they're irrigating, natural precipitation that's going on, ongoing maintenance, the list goes on and on. So that's why we have such a broad range of what could possibly be saved, because all of these factors need to be working together. And without ensuring that that irrigation system is meeting the demands of the new vegetation, it's also safe to say that their water savings might not occur at all. So in other words, if you install drought tolerant vegetation, but then you continue to water in the same way that you were before with high water use vegetation, you're not going to save any water. So this leads into the irrigation updates of the funded project, which 29 of 46 indicated that they would be incorporating irrigation updates. The reason it's 46 is because we're still contracting, so we don't have a firm commitment with the ones that are still going through that contracting process. And so the irrigation updates as landscape convergence was not a requirement that we had in the criteria. The legislation did encourage the incorporation of the irrigation system updates, but it did not mandate that. So this is one of the recommendations that we have, is to make that irrigation consideration mandatory. And this will really help to ensure that we're not decoupling landscape transformation from efficient and functional irrigation systems. We have learned.
Can we interrupt you for just 1 second, Jenny? I think Director Brown has a question, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. And sorry to cut you off. I just had a question for the future report out. This is a ton of information. It's really good, but for me, I live on the West Slope in an area where we don't have any of these savings. So I'm wondering in a future report, can you help us understand, like, for an average small residential house removing turf, like, what does that look like? Is that a potential $8,000 project with a $3,000 match, or, you know, just kind of bring it back down to scale for us at a certain point? Or, you know, the larger properties that you reference in your notes that are receiving $50,000 potentially if this cap goes away, what does that look like? And, you know, ultimately we have a lot of work to do to get to turf gone. So, you know, what does that process kind of feel like with this program, where it's at and where the future is headed?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Director Brown. I'm happy to provide more information on that in the future. And unfortunately, the short answer is it depends.
Totally.
On what each program is doing. You know, if they have a rebate program, the rebates they're providing are going to range quite a bit with, you know, it could be 50 cents up to $3, $4. It depends on what they're looking for. And if they're trying to launch a program that nobody has done before or seen, how high do you have to set the incentive? And then some of them have different requirements on how much square foot, like a minimum and a maximum of what can be removed. And sometimes those rebate amounts shift if you go over the maximum, sometimes it gets reduced. So I'm happy to put together information on it, but it's a little bit all over the board because I think a lot of people are getting their footing in these programs and trying to figure out what works. And what I've heard from places like Castle Rock and Aurora, who have been doing this for longer, is it's really important for them to keep their programs flexible and change with the times. We've seen this in Las Vegas where they've changed their rebate amount. Now that they're going after the grass that is still there, they're having to lift it even higher to make it more appealing, which of course means you can do fewer properties if you have limited funding. So I can put together information, but I unfortunately have to say it's going to be a little scattered.
Sure. And I guess I should say, like, just some examples, like, you know, nothing that's going to take you don't need to pour a bunch of work into it, but I think it would be helpful to understand how this is being done on the ground, especially when there's a number like $66,000 per acre foot, you know. So on a smaller scale, average residential area in one of these towns, like, can we break that number down? You know, what percent of an acre foot are they using before? It just kind of helps to put it into perspective in a way that maybe just makes a little bit more on the ground sense.
Yes, I completely agree with that. And when we get more of the reimbursement requests coming in, we'll get more information on what properties were actually converted. It might be easier if we're looking at those site-specific visual demonstration gardens to get a better idea of the cost breakdown, and they sometimes track a little bit more with what was being used before rather than the scattershot rebate with I guess across residential properties, because some of the utilities don't have the irrigation sub-metered, so they can't really tell what was being used outdoor versus indoor, which makes it hard. But I can certainly put together examples of what that looks like and what these projects are being funded. I will have more as we continue to reimburse, because a lot of the programs are still they haven't used their funding yet. So I don't have a ton of examples yet, but I can get that to you when it's available.
Sure. And maybe less for me, but more for the entities that will follow in the footsteps that don't have the power behind them that Aurora would, or, you know, how do we provide information that's useful to our smaller municipalities or towns that are going after this as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me dialogue.
Yeah. And that's something that we'll be looking at too. That state of the science report is looking at that opportunity cost. And if communities are thinking about advancing a turf replacement program, does it make sense if there's other things that could also reduce outdoor water use? So we'll be able to compile all this together, and next time I'm up here, I will have a better visual for you to describe what I'm talking about. Is there any other questions now, or should I continue?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Jenna. This was a great memo. Kind of related to cost questions. Northern Water, well, this is tremendously important. We want to do it right. We all know that folks will pick on those landscaping transitions that don't go well and say, well, that's the only way it's going to go. And we want to, again, do it right. It's expensive. A couple of things come to mind. One is We wonder if kind of where the costs come from. Is there something we can do as a state or as local agencies to help the landscaping profession, industry, subsidize something in some way to get certain elements of a project reduced in cost? If from this work, there'd be a way to collect data and say, you know, these are the kind of irrigation systems, that those were those kinds of costs, these were the species selected, that might help identify kind of ways that maybe we could influence that marketplace just a little bit. We all know it's expensive. $66,000 per acre foot's quite expensive. I wonder if there's a new unit out there that we should start considering, and this is forever water. You know, schools are expensive, libraries are expensive, but they have perpetual return. Is there some other kind of unit out there where folks don't get so overwhelmed by the investment we're making that will return forever?
Yeah, thank you for those questions, Director. They're I think important, and I hope I will be able to answer them accurately for you. But in terms of the cost, that's one of the reasons that CWCB is collaborating on a DIY turf removal guide, so that we can help residents not have to necessarily go out and hire a landscaper if they don't have the funding to do it. And we'll be able to find more cost-effective ways for them to spend their money. That being said, I myself am not a great DIYer, so I could probably do parts of it, but not all of it. So there still would be a need, of course, for the contracting industry to come into play. There's also 2 water plan grants currently that were awarded to Colorado Springs Utilities, and then one to Western Resource Advocates, that are looking into what it looks like for the landscape industry and the green industry, and how to bring them into this conversation. And I'm looking at the training to make sure that you know, people are understanding water-wise landscapes and how to install them, how to maintain them, how to irrigate them properly, but also thinking about, you know, what would that look like moving forward if there was any sort of requirement for them to be certified. That's something WRA is looking into. As far as subsidizing with them, I'm not sure, but my personal opinion, if I may, is that as this becomes normalized and people are turning to water-wise landscapes more and more, rather than the traditional default of Kentucky bluegrass, for example, then in my head, the market would sort of meet that moment as well with what people are demanding. So there might be a course correction going on in the future as we just are able to expand the amount of water-wise landscaping that we have. And then to your second question, because I was wrapped up in the first, will you give me 3 words and I'll remember it?
New unit.
Oh,
Just thinking about, yeah, that's again, people see that number 66,000, say, well, it's, you know, that's too much, it's not worth it. But again, that's a forever return, and maybe talking in that lingo might help folks again make that comparison between us investing in other societal needs that are big ticket items, and we do it for the right reasons and they last forever. And this might be something like akin to that.
Yeah, no, that's thank you for the reminder on that. The numbers that I put forth, that's strictly looking at the water savings, right? That's not looking at the other benefits that come from water-wise and Colorado appropriate and sustainable landscapes, which means that in time of drought, when we aren't able to irrigate as much, we're still going to have living vegetation, which is hyper important in the face of a warming climate. And you know, with the heat island effect and making sure that we have these living species, that the goal isn't to eliminate green spaces across Colorado. The goal is to diversify the crops and the vegetation that we have in place of this monoculture that has become so socially acceptable. So I think when we're explaining the importance, and even if the cost is high, all of these other benefits are wrapped into it. There's the pollinator habitat benefit, and you know, the aesthetic beauty and the value and the pride that we have in our communities, and thinking about that shifting into something that we can create that's uniquely Colorado, that I think can be explained alongside that number to help maybe take the sticker shock off. But the way that we've been looking at it, because we're looking at water savings, is just trying to understand, if we're just looking at water savings, what would that cost be? But I certainly think that the narrative can also include and wrap up those other benefits as well.
If it's okay, I'm going to go to Director Brody, and then we'll let you finish, Jenna, before we take any other questions, if that's okay. Yeah. So go ahead, Director Brody. Thank you.
Okay, just building on some of the other questions and comments. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, it is hard, I think, just in terms of the water savings at the residential scale to kind of make the math work. We really think of it as not just about the water savings, but about customer engagement, and about really building that ethic of water conservation. So when you think about it, not just, in terms of the acre feet of water saved, but when you think about changing hearts and minds, and when you think about the ecosystem improvements from replacing Kentucky bluegrass with a more climate appropriate native type of landscape, but I think that's where I think it's easier to kind of make an argument for this investment more holistically. Thanks.
I'll let you finish, Jen, and then we'll go. Thank you.
And I appreciate it because it keeps us thinking as we're rolling or continuing to work or manage this program. Going along, we have learned quite a bit of lessons, and I think we still have a lot of lessons that we will learn. But first, that $1.5 million water plan grant to Resource Central, 40% of the Western Slope contracts are already working with Resource Central and contracting with them. So that $1.5 million is really helping them continue on with those partnerships. They're also developing new relationships. Part of that grant was expansion onto the Western Slope. And I actually spoke with one of the West Slope turf funding recipients last week that Resource Central had already reached out to them, and they are starting a partnership with them that has quote, helped breathe life into the program, which was very exciting to hear that that grant is already doing part of what it's supposed to do. So there, as that Western Slope entity is trying to set up their program and gain interest and get people, to take advantage of it, Resource Central is now going to help them with that, and they plan to partner with them next year for their Garden in a Box offerings. We also know that bigger projects can mean bigger opportunities. There's potentially bigger water savings if it's just one-stop shop, more cost-effective if you aren't doing a bunch of small projects, you're doing one larger one. There's also an opportunity to scale up and figure out how that can be replicated in the best and most responsible way in Colorado. It also might be an opportunity to track water savings and helping us to advance the understanding of what we can save from this. Also, I mentioned water plan grants during that interim period when the turf replacement funding was fully expended and this funding infusion was not yet available. We were able to point to water plan grants and let people know there's also that pathway if they want to take advantage of it. Land use authority, we've learned, is quite complicated with this program. And the passage of SB 24.5 again requires land use and landscape codes to prevent the installation of non-functional turf on non-residential properties and other identified areas, which of course makes sense because it will effectively prevent the installation of some of the vegetation that we're paying to remove. But because of the mixed land use authority of the current funding recipients, further criteria restrictions beyond what will be required in that legislation would really limit who we were able to fund. So of the 50 turf replacement funding recipients, 27 have land use authority, 23 do not. So some would not be able to make the decisions that would ensure their eligibility if we were to put further restrictions on receiving funding as of now. And also based on the land use codes that are currently in existence, if we required land use codes restricting non-functional turf installation on residential properties specifically, this would mean that only 8 of the 13 West Slope entities currently receiving funding would be eligible for funding. So there's this disproportional impact, and we really don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good here, as the program is still in its infancy and we all are still learning. But of course, it would be great to see communities considering or enacting these landscape or land use codes that limit the installation of the vegetation that we're working to remove and replace regardless of the property type. We've also learned, these communities are all on different levels. They're all at different starting points. Some have been advancing transformative landscape change for a while. Some are just considering it. Some are piloting it. some may not have the staff to run the programs, and some may be balancing other conservation programs that are more aligned with their goals and needs of their communities. So this capacity is certainly a real concern, especially with how quickly we need to get funding out the door. We had a few applicants actually who we approved for funding pending contracting who had to drop out of the process because they just didn't have the staff and the approval to keep going with it. Though the ones that are still advancing are still working. Like I mentioned, only 26 funding recipients have submitted invoices. 2 are still contracting, 1 contract is pending. So as some of these projects and programs are still in their planning stage, they're still drumming up interest, or they had staff turnover and someone's picking up the project or program and running with it. So there's just that capacity issue. And again, we're learning all from each other too, and as we go. Again, water savings to be determined. We may have better data with those completion reports, but it will really depend on how those water savings are being tracked. And landscapes, again, may need more water in the initial years to establish. So we have requested reporting for 5 years out after the turf replacement program, the initial sunset date of June 30th, 2025. So hopefully we'll learn more as the landscapes establish and begin to thrive. And then the amount of turf is another really big question for us to understand. And we're working on this, and we know others are as well. We really don't have a great understanding of how much there is to convert in Colorado because we don't know how much irrigated turf is in Colorado. So we don't know how much is non-functional, and that definition can vary from region to region, but that will really help us narrow in on the cost and what the water savings will be. Update, just the highlights. We would like to eliminate that $50,000 funding limit, which will allow us the ability to fund bigger projects. Resource Central is, of course, there to support with some of the smaller contracts. And this is definitely not to say that we won't fund smaller projects. We just want to be able to broaden the options that are available to us. And again, we were able to fund all the eligible entities that applied for the first round. And now with this diversified funding source, including water plan grants, we want to ensure we can also expend all of this funding by the 2028 sunset for the next round of funding. Again, making irrigation efficiency a requirement and not optional. The guidelines will include efforts to update irrigation systems to efficiently irrigate waterwise landscaping, including as a condition of participating in the eligible entity's local turf replacement program. So this requirement is certainly not meant to hinder DIY turf replacement with expensive, irrigation system updates. It's also not meant to prevent people from hand watering or adjusting existing irrigation systems to the appropriate application, but it's really meant to make sure, these updates on the irrigation system are considered and that the new vegetation is receiving the appropriate amount of water. Because again, the key to savings through xeriscape is in limiting the irrigation application rates, and even xeric plants will consume as much water as you give them. So unless irrigation is managed properly, that savings it can't be guaranteed. And we also think that incorporating the irrigation requirements into this can help increase that water literacy that could help people also understand the different types of vegetation on their landscape and how those should be irrigated. It was also always the intent of the legislation to fund design and planning elements. So we would like to expand that to include mapping opportunities to be used with the funding, because this will just help with more precise planning and understanding how much there is to convert and what those water savings can be. 31st. This will give staff enough time to make adjustments to the application portal, the FAQ on the grant website if everything is approved, and just making sure that we're rolling this out with enough information for people to understand the changes and the updates and who's eligible to apply. The previous funding round cycles were also 2 months long, so this matches those expectations, and we can certainly post this information ahead of that August 31st date. And then, of course, programs and projects will not be able to start until after the January board review and contracting, which should line up nicely with the spring planting season. Will, of course, depend on the funding availability. Again, were able to fund all the projects that applied last year, and with Resource Central grant, increasing that total amount, it could still be competitive. We don't know how many grants will, or how many applications will come in, but we will certainly prioritize the highest value, and these decisions will be, dependent on the amount of applications, the quality of them, and the impact that the applications will make. We have no way of knowing if a better grant is coming or not in the next cycle, so the applications will be considered within the reality of the other current applications. And it will be, a competitive prioritization of what comes in. So again, that holistic consideration of all of the applications side by side, of course, criteria satisfaction, the highest value, the water savings that can be achieved, and then the data advancement. If we can learn a lot from a project, that's highly valuable as well. So there'll be a lot of factors going into our consideration. And again, water plan grants are available if there is not enough funding. So there is that other built-in pathway. So the work that we've been doing and continuing the work that we've been doing. So with that, staff recommends that the board approve the criteria and guidelines for the turf replacement grant program. But I am here for any more questions that you have. I'm Rusty and Kat Weissmiller, who are instrumental in developing and launching the program and supporting me as I continue to manage it. So thank you so much for this opportunity to hear about what we're doing and for your consideration for our staff recommendation.
Jenna, thank you. Director Brody has her hand raised, and I'll get to you, Director Bexon. So go ahead, Director Brody.
Thank you. I did have a couple of specific questions about some of the criteria. The first is, this is looks like it's page 40 of the packet, or page 3 of the turf replacement grant program guidelines document. The last bullet talks about efforts to maintain or create defensible spaces to reduce wildfire risk as one of the criteria. That may not always be applicable for these types of landscape transformations. So I'm just wondering if we could insert at the end where applicable, or something to that effect.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. Is it okay if I respond to it?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So that line is directly from legislation from HB 22-1151, and it says making an effort. So this is along the lines of what we're saying as well. And given the fires that Colorado has experienced in the last few years, CWCB staff does not think it's unreasonable to say that these efforts should be made to reduce wildfire risk regardless of where you are. Obviously, that might be more immediate in certain areas of the state. But if we're encouraging people to think about that, it's that in our head, the same way of increasing water literacy, right? You're using fire literacy with thinking about the impact of the connectivity between the vegetation that you're installing and the fire risk. So I think in some places it's certainly more applicable, but it might not be too much to ask people just to consider it, and which is the wording that we have included here, just the effort to maintain.
Okay, thanks. And then with regard to the efforts to maintain a minimum level of replacement vegetation, how is that going to be measured by ground cover or tree canopy? Like how would you determine whether you meet the criteria?
That's also a great question. Thank you. On our original criteria that we had in the scope of work requirements, we asked for the goal of at least 50% vegetation cover at maturity. So that would not be when you're installing the vegetation, because then it will overgrow into each other and they'll be competing, and it probably wouldn't thrive and survive as much. So this is difficult for us to track and ensure that every single property is successful at hitting that 50%. So that is saying now just, a minimum ground cover, and that the intent of that is really to avoid just hardscapes. In legislation, it says that we can't install impermeable or pay to install impermeable surfaces such as concrete. But this is just a way of making sure that the vegetation, when we're transforming these landscapes, is front of mind, while realizing that there might be limitations in our ability to track and, check in 3-5 years to make sure that vegetation is still there. So keeping that, just the requirement to maintain a minimum amount, it might depend on the site itself, and then the the establishment period as well. It's all living stuff that is hard to track, but we just want to make sure it's top of mind when people are installing their landscapes.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for this very, very thorough review. Just a couple comments following on Director Wynn's forever comment. I was pleased to hear at least you're asking for monitoring and feedback over 5 years. Whether that's long enough with this kind of landscape is another question, but at least it's a start. But also the co-benefit of increasing the pollinator ecosystems. I'm wondering if there's value in requiring a certain number of species of plants to be included, because you could end up with a monoculture of Russian sage, for example, and may not be achieving that co-benefit you're looking for.
Yeah, thank you for that, Director Vasquez. This is maybe a little bit outside of my expertise level, as I am not a landscaper. I know that there has been questions about vegetation and plant types, and if there should be requirements for that. But because of the regional diversity in Colorado, it's very difficult to prescribe a certain type of plant that might thrive in one area and might not thrive in another. I also, from my understanding from working with the native grass workshops and attending all of their meetings, is the native grasses also serve as pollinator habitats despite it's a monoculture. So I don't know if it would be but some of them, if we're replacing something that could be, considered non-functional, but maybe some people are still on it and we're putting grasses in there that are lower water use. I don't know that requiring additional perennials in there for another benefit makes sense. So it's so landscape specific, but I think the language that we use and the narrative that we say can certainly incorporate the pollinator benefits and what happens when you diversify the landscape with these different vegetation types. But I would be wary of a requirement that held people to having to check these boxes for what type of plants they're putting in.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that you would top down tell people what plants to use, but some figure of merit for the diversity that you're introducing was where I was coming from.
I'm looking at the criteria, the guidelines under the final report section. It talks about they have to, in this report, summarize the project and so forth, and then it includes water savings. But how will they measure the water savings? Do you have any criteria for that particular element? Are you just going to take their word for it, or how do we know?
That's an excellent question to think about. It's very difficult, as I said during the presentation, to understand the water savings if you aren't separately metering the irrigation systems from the rest of from indoor, and even in the different hydro zones. If you have vegetation outside that is all Kentucky bluegrass, but then you have a portion that is water-wise, it's really difficult to extract that as well. So this is something that we are trying to
But if savings is exaggerated, whether intentionally or unintentionally, this water could get to be a lot more expensive. And then I have some trouble with the value in terms of the savings that occur for the cost. So I think you need to lean on them to give you the best available data on their savings.
I absolutely agree. And we voice that, but it's, you know, it's again, going back to that capacity of whether or not they're able to track that, how they're tracking it, if they have a system set up to do so. So we're trying to get the best data that we can out of all of this and to advance the science. But it is difficult and complicated with landscape conversions.
You ask them to tell you how they plan to define the savings?
We do, yes.
Okay.
Recommendation. I'm curious, and I know this is part of the initiative as related to, and alluded to in the memo about this kind of long-term need for regional or statewide mapping of non-functional turf. Could you speculate down the road? How do we get there? Can we get there? What's a pathway to get a better grasp on what the opportunity might exist over the next 20 years to transfer our landscapes?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Director. And it's just something that we're still working on and trying to figure out and looking at the different options with mapping, because there's many different ways to do it. There's very expensive and very specific ways to do it, and there's less expensive, still not free or cheap, but less expensive ways to do it that can provide information on, you know, a pretty of how much turf there is, and then how much of that would be non-functional, which you can then apply the definitions of. We are almost completed with contracting for to just get an understanding, and while we might be able to extrapolate some information from that, all the counties are developing differently, so that's quite difficult. The approach that we're taking, even though I think it's very helpful for us to understand, is it's a snapshot in time. So as we're progressing and changing our landscapes more rapidly than we have in the past, these landscapes are going to change. So in 2 years, we're using nape imagery. In 2 years, when that comes out again, it makes it a little bit more difficult to use the past data that you have. So it's we're trying to figure out, it would be amazing to have regional collaboration in this mapping so that we're all looking at it in the same way. We're all using the same metrics and putting out the same information, and not using it in a way to say, you have so much turf, you have to do more work, but thinking about it collectively with, you know, where does this funding make sense to go to? If you realize in your service area, you have a lot of non-functional turf, maybe that's a priority that you want to move and potentially come in for either the turf replacement grant funding or a water plan grant to help just move forward that initiative more. So I just think the two big parts of these equations that you all have hit on is the water savings and the amount, right? So we don't have estimates of how much turf there is out there, and we have estimates of the essentially, as of now, you maybe get up to 20,000 acre feet from removing all the non-functional turf, or 30% of the non-functional turf in Colorado. But what that actually looks like is difficult if we don't have those exact numbers. So I think we do think of regional collaboration with mapping would be, but it might also be an ongoing effort that is necessary.
Go beyond the scope of the agenda item a little bit, but it's inspired by some of the other questions. And so, you know, if you can't answer, it's okay. But, you know, in rural Colorado, what I hear a lot from people regarding turf replacement is sort of a question or a concern that if you do the turf replacement and then that water that's conserved in that action is then utilized by a municipal provider to fuel more development, have we actually sort of either expanded the demand or hardened the demand from what it was when people were watering their grass and conceivably could stop watering their grass in a 2002 situation or something? And so one thing I've wondered with this whole conversation, and I'm asking you because you're clearly living this, you know, this has been an amazing presentation. So I thought you might have heard some discussion, but have you heard anything about water providers considering like recharacterizing, and this may go to what Director Wynn was talking about, I'm not sure, with the long-term or forever. But have you heard any municipalities talk about recharacterizing the water that they save in their portfolio and allocating that, let's say, to either societal good or environmental good, or just things beyond continuing to grow the number of taps, as, you know, sort of maybe a forever benefit from making this change? Just curious if that sort of maybe next step, as if you've heard anything about that.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Director Felt. And unfortunately, I don't feel qualified to answer that. I think that would be a better question for water utilities with their portfolios and their motivations and goals with increasing water efficiency. I would just not feel comfortable speaking for or answer. So I apologize. I don't have an answer for you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you. I also, Colorado River Basin. I don't want Colorado to be the ones that are doing all the work, you know, saving water, trying to save the river and, you know, other, you know, because we're in a drought and all the different things go along with that. You know, I feel like we're doing all the work and the benefit is going to everybody else in the basin because they're going to continue using the water that we're not using. And so that's just a concern for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Jenna. Thanks for all your hard work on this. To the guidelines themselves, a couple questions for you is, if there's any value of putting expiration date on it? On the guidelines, is this, because does this program end in right currently?
2028, yeah, June 30th, 2028.
So anyway, sometimes I've seen so many times the guidelines just get lost out there. So consider whether there's any value in putting an expiration date on it. And then also, it will reference the legislation in that session. So if anybody wonders why that's the case, that they can see that. And then just beyond that, it says, you know, to submit a grant through our portal, you have to create an account, and you say here, it may take 1 to 3 days. Are you comfortable with 1 to 3 days? I would at least, you know, maybe 5 business days. I would give yourself plenty of room there. I mean, the applicant should take some responsibility of knowing that it's going to take some time to do this process. So I would just suggest that change as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Director Sakata, and I appreciate you thinking that I need more time. I should tell myself that too. So I'll aspirationally internally can do 1 to 3 days, but maybe 5. And thank you for your deer photo with the non-functional turf earlier. I appreciate that.
Yes, please.
Thanks. And I really appreciate you said soil health in your comments. And, you know, it's not in this guideline anywhere at all, but that is so critical as we're finding out in farming. I mean, when we did our landscaping again, I really had to push on our contractor to take that into account. When so many of these houses were built, they just excavated, you know, the foundation and all that sandy soil was put on top. And then that's where they put the landscaping. So much water savings could be achieved if we just paid more attention to soil health. So I appreciated that comment.
Thank you, Director Sakata. And I do want to point out that the additional eligible project components and the guidelines that reference the Colorado statute does mention soil. That is part of it because it's, vegetation gets their water from the soil. So it is hyper important to keep it healthy and thriving. Thank you.
Accept a motion for agenda item 8. Director Brown.
Do we need to have a discussion about, I don't know what to call you, not Director Sakata, what the heck? The comment about sunsetting this or having it expire, I'm assuming with the intent that the board would just make sure everything's relevant. Is that?
Well, the program funds are in.
What's that? The funds run out, right? So you mean have it expire when the funds run out? Understood.
So I would say it's up to the board if they would like to ask for amendment to the staff recommendation now, you know, to do it, that would be up to the board to decide now if you think that needs to be included before we approve this recommendation. I think whatever the board would like to do, yes, please.
But if the funds are re-upped and there's more funding, we don't want it to expire unnecessarily. I just didn't want to let your comment go without having the discussion. Lauren, do you have?
Yeah,
any-
Mr. Chairman, I was just gonna say, well, I appreciate the suggestion. I think I would be concerned about just getting out of step if we do get extra money into the fund, but they have expired and we don't have a board meeting set to reapprove them. I think the reality is if we don't have funding, the criteria will sort of be null. If you all feel strongly about that, we can certainly include it, but I just wouldn't want to get into a situation where we had funding, but the criteria had expired and we didn't have a board meeting. Just sequentially, that could be a problem.
Are you comfortable with that? No.
Yes, I am. And if the funding does expire though, this doesn't apply to water plant grants at all.
Correct.
So, okay.
That's correct.
Brody, please.
Thanks. I was just going to offer one suggestion. Given that we're still early in the program and there's still a lot of data to be collected, I wonder if instead of just having the guidelines expire, maybe instead we should ask that staff report back within a certain period of time and come back to the board with any recommended adjustments.
Are you wanting to include that in the motion or just have that as a staff kind of direction to staff to make more a follow-up report?
Yeah, I don't personally think it needs to be in the motion itself. I think that could just be a direction to staff to come back, and I'm open to whether that should be in a year or 2 years. But at some point when there's more data on how the money is being used and what water savings are being achieved. Thanks.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that?
Good.
Okay, so I guess you heard the intent of that, Jenna. Any other comments? Okay, so back to receiving a motion for agenda item 8. Someone wants to move?
So moved.
Okay, Director Bassett, Director Brown with the second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, pass. Thank you, Jenna. Appreciate it. We thought we were gonna be short on the lunch, so I got all excited and told Lauren, look, I'm gonna be able to get seconds. She said, no seconds. And she conferred with Jen and Jen said, no seconds. So actually, we were gonna move Jen up to do the training on it, but we're done. So I guess we'll put you back on the regular position on the agenda. We'll break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. So. Okay,
I was worried, but I'm glad the candy.
the candy showed up.
I already went through. With some beef jerky.
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap. Because I know Lorelai needs to eat all that by herself, so I wasn't. It's still northern water.
Okay, we will get started up here. Everybody's happy. We've got Candy, we've got Paul Boucher online, we got Director Brody online. We are golden. Okay, we'll give it to Ben to kick it off, and we'll start with agenda item 9.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting items, agenda items 9A through C. And as always, these grant proposals that come before you have been approved by their respective roundtables. This particular application round is our April 1 deadline. We received 8 applications. We'll hear 3 of them, actually 3 right now, 1 tomorrow. Zach is going to present the 4th one tomorrow. Out of the 8, 6 aging infrastructure requests, and we have 1 drought resiliency request as well. And 2 of these grants were approved by Director Riss yesterday, and of course this morning the consent agenda was approved. So we'll begin with agenda item 9A, which is a grant from the city of Victor, and they have 2 pipelines that deliver a large portion of the city's water supply to the treatment plant. They're over 100 years old. They have several leaks, and then earlier this year they experienced significant pipe failure. So will be using WSRF funds to help pay for engineering, to evaluate their system, find solutions for repair or replace options, and get a legit full cost estimate on the project. And so for this proposal, we do have Bill Tyner on Zoom with us. If the board has any questions for Bill and I, happy to answer those.
Thank you, Ben. Did Bill want to say anything, or only if there's a question?
Yeah, if there's a question.
Okay.
Otherwise, we can just keep moving forward.
Okay, does anybody have any questions on the one for the applicant for City of Victor? Okay, I'd accept a motion for agenda item 9A.
I move approval of agenda item 9A.
Thank you, Director Felt. Is there a second? Director Cloud. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, thank you, Ben.
Thank you. Agenda item 9B, the applicant is the DeWice Ditch and Reservoir Company. They serve over 700 shareholders and irrigate about 1,500 acres, various crops. And they have, or they manage 7 miles of open ditch, pipes, tunnels, siphons that put them into 3 small reservoirs. And their reservoir and ditch system is over 100 years old as well. They're in need of repair in order to ensure safety, health, and also habitat along the 7 miles of ditch. This is a multi-phased effort. This is phase 1 to repair the dam outlet. And that's the gist of this one. With us today are 4 board members, actually 5 of them. I think the last 2 are on Zoom with us, but we have Arlen Volkuma, Bill Richete, Mark Thompson, Ken Estes, and Leo French. Like I said, are the DeWice board members available for us if the board has any questions for them or myself.
Okay. Any questions? For 9B, Director Felt?
Yeah, I guess I just would say that there's, I think, a lot of great work going on, not just within the ditch company, but also looking at DeWice Reservoir itself, which is a very significant impoundment in the Arkansas Basin up on Grape Creek. And so this is, I think, just a piece of that greater puzzle of sustaining agriculture in the Upper Arkansas Basin, but also looking forward to sort of multi-party efforts to address broad spectrum of needs through increasing storage in the future. So anyway, with that, I'm very enthusiastic about this and I would move approval.
Thank you. Director McLeod with the second. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Too fast, very sorry. Okay, said pass, thank you.
All right, and finally, agenda item 9C is application from the Jackson County Water Conservancy District. And some of the board may know that the WSRF program has helped fund the district's aerial cloud seeding program. I think it was 3 and 5 years ago, this board approved funding for that. And it's been successful. Combined with the aerial cloud seeding program, they have also been combined with that with a ground-based cloud seeding program. The aerial seeding program, very successful, however, it is costly. And so they are going to focus more on a ground-based cloud seeding program. So we'll use WSRF funds to purchase a radiometer and some of the funding will go to installation maintenance, those type of costs. And so with us today, rejoining us would be Jenner Ball from the district. And he's here if the board has any questions for him and myself.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Glad to see the whole stream flow work and working with the cloud, the radiometer to get a little more information on all of that. I'm glad to see those projects moving forward. So if there's no other comments, is there a motion for agenda item 9C? Director Vasquez, thank you for the motion. Is there a second? Director McLeod, any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay. Scott and Jen with the Attorney General. Looks like Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Combs. Great to be here with you all. The Attorney General sends his regrets today. He is on a rare vacation with his family this week, so hope he's getting some rest. We know he deserves it. You have a report from our office in your packets. I will talk a little bit about the Rio Grande decision that the state engineer mentioned earlier, and no stepping on toes there. It's an important one for all of us, so I'm sure we all want to say something about it. But really, I don't think I need to tell this board. You've heard about the case many times before. We were disappointed in the decision and the court's decision to, after decades of litigation and mediation, not let the states resolve the case as they wanted to. So just for anyone who hasn't read the decision, really under the very specific the court ruled that under the very specific circumstances presented by the case and under the compact that it couldn't enter the state's proposed consent decree because it would have resolved the claims that the court had earlier allowed the U.S. to assert under the compact as an intervener in that litigation. The Attorney General has said that he disagrees with that finding and the court's holding, and that won't change the fact that the 3 states have already resolved their dispute under the compact and are interested in ending this litigation. The AG is also committed to working with Texas and New Mexico to develop a path forward that ends the dispute as expeditiously as possible. We don't know what that path forward looks like today. More things have developed since the decision was issued. Shortly after the decision came out, Special Master Malloy officially retired and has been discharged by the court. And as of this morning, the court appointed a new special master, D. Brooks Smith, who's a senior judge in the Third Circuit. So he will become the new special master for the court. He's located in Pennsylvania, and I'm sure we'll be setting up a meeting with the states soon. This is on the agenda for executive session, and I think folks from our federal and interstate unit will be there to talk more in detail about the case.
Questions or comments? So now we're to agenda item 11. I'd accept a motion to go into executive session. Hey, Director McLeod, I'm sorry.
May I give a little speech before we go?
Yes, please.
To the vote there. We are going to take a vote to go into executive session. In executive session, we will consider items, agenda items 11A and B. This executive session is authorized pursuant to sections 24-64023A of the Colorado Revised Statutes. Now we are ready for a motion. Thank you.
Appreciate that. So Director McLeod, motion to go into executive, is that correct? Yes. And then Director Vasquez with the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so going. Yeah, if it's all right, we'll take a, like, Director Phil pointed out, we have a little bit of break issues between 12 and 13. If you look at the timing, maybe we'll take a break right after that, if that's okay, after let's get the report and get out of executive session correctly and go from there. Is that okay? So go ahead, Jen.
Thank you. We are out of executive session. This is the report from executive session under agenda item 12. This is Jen Mealy giving this report. The board went into executive session to consider agenda items 11A and B. During executive session, the discussion was limited to discussion on those items and no formal action was taken. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So what's everybody's disposition? Do we want to push through and just finish a little early, or do you want to take a break? Okay, so let's just finish. Is that all right? Let's just keep going. So Amy, let's. Yes.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready, Amy.
Right, just don't wear a red shirt. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, this is Amy Ostick, Section Chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And as an initial matter, I would like to provide some exciting updates on the IFWE front. I think Director Riss probably mentioned this, but we're finally fully staffed. We have a 12-person team now in the IFWE section. We just hired Megan Kramer. She is backfilling Brian McPherson's old position as a CDSS specialist. We've also, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, but we've brought on board Felicia Sampson from the AG's office and Clint Carney as Colorado River policy specialist. So very excited to have them all on board and to have a full team. And with that, I will jump into agenda item 13. Just a few general Colorado River updates today. The first thing I want to touch on is the post-2026 negotiations. Kind of decided this should just be a brief standing item on the agenda, even when there's not a whole lot to report, which is where we find ourselves today. Reclamation is currently working to develop alternatives. I think we talked about this at the last meeting. We have expressed our thoughts about the no action alternative. In the meantime, the basin state discussions are continuing, and we are working on trying to find some common ground. To get the word out about our Upper Division States alternative. We continue to stand behind it. You are all pretty familiar with that by now, but for anyone who may not be, and for anyone who may be listening at home, I just wanted to put up the information, the QR codes about where you can find all the information about the Upper Division States alternative. Middle package, an infographic, and FAQ. So please share this far and wide. Update on is the recently released updated consumptive uses and losses report. You may recall us talking with you about the fact that reclamation is required to put out a consumptive uses and losses report every 5 years. Until recently, that hadn't been done since 2005. Reclamation just in June released an updated consumptive uses and losses report. Some of the data was provided in just spreadsheet format. So it's a lot of information to dig through, and we are digging. We have already reached out to Reclamation to correct a few things in the Upper Division state assumptions. Brian and Michelle and Anna are all continuing to look at this, but I wanted to provide just kind of a high-level summary of what we see, which is that it is largely consistent with the numbers that we have provided to this board and others in the past. The Upper Division state numbers in some cases are just a tiny bit different, but the shortages that we see, the volume of shortages that we see are the same. So in terms of the lower division state uses, we also did a pretty good job of estimating the tributary uses in the lower basin. So our infographics, as it turns out, have been pretty accurate. And I wanted to highlight for you today that we were working on a suite of new infographics. This is one of them. It's still in draft form, but I think we should be finalizing it soon. And it's similar to the infographic you've seen about upper and lower basin uses, but this actually goes back by the type of use. So we got a lot of questions about our infographics in terms of, well, what all is included in the lower basin number? And here we're clearly showing what the main stem uses are, what the tributary uses are, and then transit loss and evaporation. So we're working to make sure that this is fully consistent with what Reclamation has put out. Based on our current understanding, it's pretty darn close, but also just providing clearer and more understandable, hopefully, information. The last thing
Can we ask one question, Amy?
Oh, sure.
Sorry, not all of us are able to be on Zoom, but on the right-hand side of our screen, there's a number in yellow and then words below it. So there's like a yellow dotted line on the graphic, and then there's things that happen on the side.
Yeah, I can tell you what those things are.
Okay, cool.
So the yellow dotted line is a 7.5 million acre foot apportionment. So that's the 7.5 million acre foot line. And then one of the questions that we've gotten about our other infographic is, well, but don't forget about the lower basin's additional 1 million acre foot apportionment. So we made a blue dotted line to show that. So you'll see that just above the yellow one.
No, like in the yellow, there's words below the 7.5.
That says compact apportionment.
Okay, thank you.
And then above the blue, it says lower basin apportionment.
Probably a question in your mind. Why is it that the feds can't make easy to digest infographics like you do?
Well, thank you. Actually, that's a compliment for Michael and Emily Zemek, who have worked really hard on this. Our information, but you know, I don't want to skip over what really truly is a nuance. That, you know, you will sometimes see just main stem Colorado River reporting. And I think we've talked about the reasons that some people choose to report just that. It's, you know, reporting under the Arizona v. California Supreme Court decree that only shows main stem reporting. So you wade quickly into complicated legal arguments when you go down that path. We think it makes sense to show total Colorado River system uses. That is what the compact apportions. So that's why our infographics look like this, but why you might see some distinctions, to be completely fair.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Amy. Great work. Is this helping change the discussion? I mean, certainly among us in Colorado, it's been alarming to see these graphics and what the story they tell, but is it making a difference beyond Colorado into the lower basin?
Hearing us, I know that Commissioner Mitchell, every time she's speaking to her lower basin counterparts and all the other upper division state commissioners are talking about these numbers. I think there's a difference between really wanting to deal with them. But, you know, again, to return to the legal nuance I was just pointing out, I think, you know, they have differing views and but again, we think it's important to show all Colorado River system uses, and we'll continue to do that. So they're hearing it, and whether they're internalizing it and accepting it is another question. I thought I had more to say. So finally, I just want to provide some updates on the June Upper Colorado River Commission meeting. The 307th meeting was in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and everyone was very excited that the 307th meeting was happening in the 307 area code. So I am of the opinion that the 308th meeting should happen in the 308 area code, which is Scottsbluff, Nebraska, where I'm from, but I digress. So a few updates. We've heard some updates on funding with the bipartisan infrastructure bill funding. A big award to the Airborne Snow Observatory. We saw a lot of fun pictures, putting up EEC towers, including one in Kremling. And we are also working on additional stream gauges. And then the other thing that happened, there are a number of things that happened. So if you were listening in and have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But the commission also directed staff to explore opportunities to obtain credit for conserved water. So we're working on that now, and we'll report out on August 12th on that progress. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that.
On that one then, or?
That is everything I have.
Okay, so Director Vasquez.
Quick question on the stream gauges. Is the money limited to particular river systems?
I asked Brian or Michelle or even Jason to provide additional detail on exactly how we're moving forward with that. But I think yes is the short answer, but maybe, I'm sorry, Director Ullman, if you want to provide additional detail.
So yes, there are gauges that we put on the list of priorities for use with the BIL funds in each of the West Slope basins. I can't tell you right offhand how many were at each, but we did propose to, I think there were 25 approximately on the full list, 10 on the list that we gave that we would be doing like as the first priority. So I believe that there is at least one in Division 6 on the Yampa.
I would love to give some input to that priority list in that the North Platte is missing an important gauge on the Grizzly. We have very little gauging in this basin, so maybe we could talk offline about that.
Well, and just to be clear, the BIL money that this is directed to be only used in the Colorado River Basin. So we can talk offline though about gauging priorities for the Colorado hydrography program in general. Yeah.
The infographic, I guess you call it. Yeah. So I feel like there's certain questions I feel like maybe I ask every month, but maybe that's part of that time loop thing that's going on. Yeah. There's a disconnect. I don't know, but just want to affirm, I guess, from you or hear from you. Where on this graph does evaporation from Lake Powell, where is that depicted? Is that light or that medium blue, or is that in the yellow?
That's actually in the yellow.
Okay.
That would be upper basin evaporation.
Okay, that's what I thought, but.
And I'm glad that you pointed this out, because I think it's important to understand that, you know, the way that we go about calculating uses in the lower basin and the upper basin are really different, just because of how and where water is measured. So the way that we do it in the upper basin, essentially, we are wrapping all of it into one number that is going to show evaporation, transit losses, and consumptive uses. The lower basin is different because of the position of Lake Mead. More detail if that's helpful, but.
Sure, it'd be helpful to me.
Please. No, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. So, you know, part of it is just the reality that the lower division states get deliveries out of Lake Mead, and they just calculate their water uses a little bit differently. So we see how much is released from Lake Mead. We need to make estimates in terms of how much evaporation and transit loss is happening, but you come out with essentially separate numbers for that because you see the release from Mead, because you see, and you know, there's a relatively small amount of them relative to upper division state uses. So in the lower basin, you have the release from Mead, you have your estimation of transit losses, you have tributary uses, and they're all reported separately. Whereas in the upper basin, hopefully Brian isn't listening and he can correct me, but essentially you look at an estimate of what the flow would be.
Wonder, like, to take all the water that's released from Lake Powell and add in that goes to Mexico, wouldn't you also end up with a total for the lower basin? Put it on a field or they didn't, but it's gone.
I think that is one great way to look at it. What the lower basin would say is they have contracts with the Secretary of Interior out of Lake Mead. And their uses are, their uses are determined by, in their view, what they get pursuant to that contract with the Secretary of Interior, which comes out of Lake Mead.
So is the transit loss that would be, I get a little confused. You talk about the water in the tributaries coming into the equation. So are you charging transit loss to that? You say transit loss and evaporation. So it's not evaporation in Lake Powell. Guess it's evaporation in Lake Mead and transit loss from Powell to Mead.
Which number you're referring to? Right
I'm
now.
looking at the 3 blue drops.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the main stem, that's pretty self-explanatory, and then the numbers that we're using for this particular infographic, I believe, are consistent with the report that Reclamation recently put out, estimating evaporation transit loss. But I believe that is in the large lower basin reservoirs. And then you have, and I'm trying to remember if that included tributaries. You're tripping me up a little bit. But then you have a separate number for tributary uses.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm not trying to, I guess I am putting you on the spot, but I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to understand it. Because the more I think about it, the more complicated it seems to be to figure this out.
Question, which is losses that occur between Lake Powell and Lake Mead.
Yeah. It loss?
Well, that's a whole other ball of wax that also gets complicated on at a few different levels, but point should be Lee's Ferry.
Yeah.
In terms of who is attributed evaporative loss and transit loss.
Yeah. Lake Powell or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More straightforward.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want to tie us up here. Do I?
Go ahead.
So I think, the transit loss between Powell and Mead is it happens, right? And so what gets to Mead gets to Mead. That includes the transit loss. I believe the transit losses in the report are primarily on the large canals that deliver the water to those low basin uses. The All-American Canal for the Imperial Irrigation District and the Central Arizona Project have significant amount of transit loss. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Really slow, but I think what I just learned is all the evaporative losses in Lake Powell are ours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Counts for that, just to be clear.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one. If that was, unless anybody else has anything on 13. Thanks, Amy. Let's go to 14.
So again, Amy Ostick, Interstate Federal Water Information Section, agenda item 14, System Conservation Pilot Program. So I am here today to hopefully kick off with this board a discussion about lessons learned in the System Conservation Pilot Program in 2023 and 2024. I want to start with just a really very brief overview of where we are and why and where we have been. I know you all know this, so I'm not going to take too much time on it. But I think it is important to revisit the concept and why we got here in 2023, or really 2022. System Conservation Pilot Program is one part of our Upper Division State's 5-point plan. Temporary voluntary compensated reductions in consumptive use to mitigate impacts of drought in the Upper Basin. And water conserved in this program is system water. So it doesn't have the same properties that water in a demand management program, say, would have. This program is being implemented through UCRC with a funding agreement from Reclamation. And this is bucket 1 of the Inflation Reduction Act funding that is targeted at the Colorado River Basin. This program was previously operational in 2015 through 2018. In my early days at the Attorney General's office, I cut my teeth working on contracts for that iteration of the SCPP, so it's interesting to be here today. We currently only have federal authorization through fall of 2024, but as you all are likely aware, there is federal legislation currently pending that would extend this through 2026. So what we would really like to do is take a moment as this is all happening and talk about what we have learned in these last 2 years and what we've seen. We made a lot of changes between 2023 and 2024, thanks to the lessons learned in the short time in 2023. The firm fixed pricing, higher pricing rates, earlier timing, a lot of pre-meetings, a lot of education and outreach, an opportunity for greater review of the applications, and a more narrow focus of SCPP. It helped because we saw nearly double the participation in 2024, and that's really big. That's great, but I think what these numbers highlight is that it's still a really small drop in the bucket when you're looking at uses across the basin, when you're looking at what that amount of water does in Powell. And Michelle Garrison reminded me today that 37,000 acre feet that we saved in SCPP in 2023 was less than the amount of water accidentally balanced out of Lake Powell last year. So puts it in perspective. Nonetheless, this is, like many things on the Colorado River, nuanced. We know that doing SCPP has helped show our partners that we are doing what we can. I think I've borrowed Chuck Cullum's words on this a lot, that it's small and complicated and messy and a lot of work, if I may say so myself. But it's still showing that we are doing our part in some way. So again, that brings us to where we are today, which is, we really want to hear from as many people as we can about what they think of the SCPP, good and bad, what their experiences have been with it. And as part of that effort, we brought on a team at SGM to help us conduct some interviews to get some more specific input on what people thought. So we have Mark Harris with us today. I think he's online and is going to talk through some of the key findings of those interviews. So I'm going to hand it over to Mark if he's on.
Am I coming through there from world headquarters here in Grand Junction?
Yeah, we hear you, Mark.
Okay. Thanks, Amy, and good afternoon to everyone that's there and everybody listening in online. My name is Mark Harris. I'm a senior water resources consultant for SGM Engineers and Consultants. And I'm going to very briefly introduce you to the results of the 2024 Drought Resiliency Program Review Report that SGM recently completed for CWCB and for your review, and it's in your packet, I believe, today, right, Amy?
That's correct.
So the goal of this investigation, as Amy alluded to, was to understand what encouraged or what perhaps discouraged consideration and participation in recent water conservation programs, specifically and especially perhaps 2024 SCPP. So we revisited and summarized as a beginning the demand management feasibility literature review and report that some of you may remember that was commissioned by CWCB back in, and it was delivered in 2021 by SGM and others, that reported on kind of summarizing the results of the impact committees and groups that were put together by CWCB. We revisited that. There was a lot of good information in there. We reviewed certain pertinent information that's been produced since then, examined the 2024 SCPP applications and contracts of the successful 2024 participants, then visited with several geographically diverse participants and irrigation water providers, 2 municipal water provider representatives, and 3 regional water stakeholder organizations. So the lessons learned from this investigation clearly fell into the categories that Amy showed on her slide and are summarized on page 3 in the report that you have in front of you there. And those very distinct groups were agricultural water users, agricultural water providers, irrigation providers, municipal water providers, and basically the others. And those I have summarized very briefly, and if you have further questions, we can see how Amy and what time allows here. But of those, first off, of course, obviously, the actual participants themselves, irrigation water users, agricultural water users, farmers and ranchers. And it's fair to say that the substantial change in participation that you witnessed from 23 to 24 was based upon much more favorable price and very flexible requirements, program requirements that allowed individual participants and farms and ranches to, in many cases, do a good deal of experimenting on, things that they want to do on their farms or ranches, but to participate at a very profitable level in this program, and we're not hampered by too many rules and regulations. It's clearly what drove all of the participants, including those with big, good ideas on what they would do with any bonuses that came their way. But compensation and flexibility were indeed key drivers. Now, agricultural water providers and others that might be related to, for example, those who have legal or other obligations related to irrigation water, have a little different perspective. Is that an on-farm internal decision are largely driven by the economic impacts, the agronomic impacts, the flexibility that's going to happen on that farm or ranch. Now, there are other philosophical and issues of the common good that come into play, but most of these are driven by the consideration that conserved consumptive use is a rotational crop. Agricultural irrigation water providers have to have a little broader perspective than that. And in many cases, there are concerns, and we'll see how many of those actually come to fruition, but there were concerns that the program sponsors did not give adequate attention to the implications for irrigation water providers, and that attention to those matters may indeed make the program more palatable and supportable by other organizations. Municipal water providers, the third category that was basically constraints and encouragements in their case were the same, unique to them. And a lot of the information that I reviewed here came from the 21 report, where there was a significant amount of time spent on municipal participation at that time in demand management. The short story is that there's many constraints for municipal water providers, largely encapsulated by the comment that you'll see there in front of you, is that municipal providers are, it is unusual for them to consider creating excess water that will leave the system. That tells many stories that we read, many stories that were confirmed recently. And there were, obviously, there was one participant application this year from a municipal provider to participate, and it was judged to be too expensive. So in those cases where municipalities might be able to participate, there's a good chance that some of that water might be too expensive to be judged to be a part of the program. So those are the larger lessons learned. There's a significant amount of detail that's attached further on in there on pages 4 through 8. But finally, just wanted to mention, you'll also see some mention there of scalability and cost of scalability. And so what did we hear regarding scalability and sustainable water conservation programs? And we asked this question over and over again. And largely the ideas I think that we heard were pretty much the same, is increased attention to many of the concerns that are captured in the detail that's in the bulk of the report will go a long ways towards a first step in a thoughtful, considered approach to any scalable and sustainable water conservation program. Lots more detail in there, but I'm going to stop there, Amy, and turn it back over to you, and we can proceed as you wish. Thank you.
Information. I also included a recent report from the Upper Colorado River Commission on implementation of SCPP in 2023 and 2024. And I imagine this is the first discussion of others that this board will have on this. So happy to take any questions from me or from Mark, but also happy to set aside time on future agendas for you all to talk a little bit more in detail about your own lessons learned on SCPP. We can do so today.
Okay, Hesting, and I'll talk after him. Go ahead, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mark, probably more directed towards you, conversation, and I know that the conserved consumptive use in the area around Kremling project, we're looking to update the board on additional findings and information as we continue with economic analysis going over the course of the entire 4 years, instead of just, the first year with shut off. Have you had that conversation with Derwinson? And, also for the board, if possible, I think that September would be a good time to update it. If Mark possibly could make himself available, I think that there's a bundle of information here before this behind us that we can all learn from.
Mark Harris again. I'm not quite sure what the official protocol is here, but Commissioner Boucher, yep, good point. Is that keep in mind that the scope of this particular investigation was not necessarily about the efficacy or the programmatic details required in what would come next, but was to investigate the what encouraged or discouraged people's participation. And there is a lot of new information that's coming forth all the time, lessons that are learned about the agronomics and the right way to do what people may or may not be encouraged to participate in. So point well taken.
Appreciate you keeping us updated and keep on it, and I think we should be informed as we move along. I think that was one of the key takeaways from 2023. Have a little more time and information, so I appreciate you taking the initiative and doing that, and I think you're on the right track there. Is there anything? Yeah.
That's everything I have for today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn, thank you. Before we adjourn, Director Vasquez wanted to give us some direction and instruction.
They are expecting us around 3:45. I figured it would take some time once we had a meeting ending at 3:30 to get there. So first up, you can see actually a photograph of the floating solar array on the municipal intake pond for the water treatment plant. It's just down the hill here, and I'll show you a map in a minute where we're going to meet. And you can see it's developed on pontoons. The history of floating solar arrays started with the Fukushima disaster. The Japanese needed to compensate for the loss of the nuclear power generated by the Fukushima. They have very little land available for other types of power installations, and they came up with these floating solar arrays to put on water bodies. That technology was picked up in Europe before the US. This particular array was installed in 2018 here in Walden. It was the 5th in the United States, the highest elevation installation anywhere in the world, and the first in Colorado. And the water treatment plant, the town, owns very little land around that pond. And so it was a solution to try and reduce the operating cost of the pumps and filters in the water treatment plant. The next 3 slides are from a report that was emailed to you today under Viola's email. And it was a report commissioned by the Colorado Energy Office using RMI as a contractor to look at the potential for floating solar array installation around the state. And I've just plucked 3 figures from that report. You have it in your email. And this is showing the suitable water bodies by county. And so in every river basin, there are suitable water bodies that may be considered for floating solar arrays. And they looked at availability of transmission lines nearby, et cetera, et cetera. You can see the count, if you go back one, and I'm sorry, you can see the count color. So the fewest in any county is 2 to 20. So it's applicable in every county. And the next slide shows the same analysis by utility territory. Idea of the potential generation, that is the solar insulation that comes into that particular county that could be converted to energy. So marrying your solar intake to the potential water body, you can see the potential for adding floating solar arrays around Colorado. And then the last slide should show you just where we are. That says CWCB meeting, the drive back out on the dirt road to 125. You turn left towards Walden, right after the bridge over the Michigan River. On the left is the water treatment plant. There's minimal parking there, so if there's any way we can carpool, that would help. Although we have almost an hour to go before we would leave for that. And if you decide to go back to your lodging in town, you just come north out of Walden. It's on your right side before you get to the Michigan River. You can't miss it. And look forward to seeing you there. Jim Dustin, who was the mayor of Walden at the time of this project And Mark Russell, who is a longtime employee of the town of Walden, will be there to describe and discuss the project. It was supported in part by Mountain Parks Electric. That's the federal co-op that provides power to Jackson County and Grant County. I've been part of their Clean Power Committee since 2011. We provide rebates to individuals and in this case to a town that puts in local renewable energy projects. So $8,000 of voluntary contributions from members of that co-op went to support this installation. So you'll learn more from Jim and Mark at the site. So look forward to seeing you there at 3:45. Thanks, Annie.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. I guess with that,
Nathan?
yes, sorry, that's good.
A couple things. I think we need public comments on the agenda. And then is there any way we could move 19 to today? Agenda 19?
Jen, that's you. We do not have anyone sign up for public comment.
So we don't have, is there any public comment from anybody that's in attendance here today?
Or the training, the boards and commission training.
Are you cool with that, Jen?
Yeah.
Can do that?
I'm sorry, I'm still waiting for public comment. Yeah.
I gave him a very short time, I guess.
Going once, going twice.
Yeah. I don't think there's any public comment. So if you're willing, let's do that.
I am willing, as long as you are all willing to not have a slideshow, because I was going to work on that tonight. Although it's true, it frees up my evening a little bit. But if it's any comfort, you guys saw the slideshow pretty much as I was going to present it today last year, with some exceptions, of course, to the new board members. Give me a minute to pull up my. This is Jen Mealy with the Attorney General's office here on agenda item 19. Thank you that we're moving to today. This is best practices for boards and commissions. This is a required training and discussion that we have under House Bill 181198. It's pretty easy to find this bill online. Essentially, this was passed, it was codified in Title 24 under 24 3.7102. Each statutorily created board or commission in state government shall implement written policies or bylaws and obtain annual training on certain topics. And, you know, this is an annual training, so this is nothing new for you guys. It's just an opportunity to revisit some of these topics, see if any questions have come up in the year. And then there's a new Court of Appeals decision on an interesting open meetings law issue that we'll discuss during that portion of the presentation. The bill itself lists out 11 items that we should have policies and bylaws and training on. And they really get to making sure the board members understand goals and policies of the agency. It intends to make sure that the board members are aware of staff's role in their decision-making process, considers information from other boards and stakeholders, and really gets towards our boards and commissions making the best decisions possible. Do they have the information that they should have when they're making decisions? Like lots of laws that we deal with in state government, it also goes towards transparency, making sure that boards and commissions are being transparent when they're making decisions and making policy. My primary focus today is the legal aspects of this list of 11 things, which is conflicts of interest, CORA, just the Colorado Open Records Act, and open meetings law. But briefly focusing on what they set out to do. The CWCB's mission is to conserve, develop, protect, and manage Colorado's water for present and future generations. I want to note that the CWCB does have a strategic framework that should be available on their website, and I assume you guys are all familiar with that. If you'd like to review a copy of that, reach out to me and I'll be sure to forward it to you. I'm sure you can reach out to Lauren or Anna or anybody from the agency too, to make sure you're familiar with that. But it's also good to be familiar with the statutes that, under which the CWCB was created. 3760-106, I would say, is the primary statute for understanding the CWCB's roles, responsibilities, and duties. But Article 60 as a whole is the CWCB statute and talks about a lot of their programs, and, La Plata, Chatfield, those different types of projects that they have as well. The loan program is covered under those statutes. One exception maybe being 3792-102, which talks a lot about appropriations and acquisitions under the Stream and Lake Protection, the authority of the Stream and Lake Protection section of the CWCB. One great page, I think one of the many things that CWCB does well is they have a really great web page dedicated to rules, policy, guidelines. Those are all available under the CWCB's Public Information tab on their homepage under the Law and Policy tab. Just draft bylaws. The 1198 requires bylaws. We have drafted those. I'm not sure we've ever formally adopted them. It was one thing we were going to talk about as part of our, what do we call that, Lauren? Operational planning. I don't think we reached that. And so I wanted to ask this board today, or just suggest that maybe it would be good to revisit those bylaws. As I recall, Director Felt had pointed out one change I should probably make in the last version I sent out, because I think the last version I sent out, it had the incorrect time frame for elected officials. It said 3 years and we only have them for 1 year. So I do need to revise that aspect of it, and I'll revisit the bylaws myself, but it might be a good idea to bring these back. Would have been a good idea to do it today, but I didn't get to it for today, but maybe in September, we can revisit the bylaws. I can circulate them as part of the board packet, something to, for the board members to review and decide if it's something that we actually want to formally adopt. I suggest it would be good to get some bylaws adopted. They're pretty straightforward as drafted. They go through things I discussed today. And then as part of the annual training, we just revisit the bylaws as adopted and make sure we're all still in agreement on how the board is operated and how we do elections, that kind of thing. It's a pretty straightforward document. So I'll get with staff, and unless I hear anything pointing to you guys not wanting to do that, I'll work with staff to see when a good time to bring those bylaws back in front of the board would be. Conflicts of interest document. I believe you should all have that. I hope it offers helpful guidance when you're thinking about potential conflicts of interest. And I'd be interested in any feedback. I think of that as a document that, okay, if we're using it and it's not providing helpful guidance, and maybe we need to revisit. So as we have board meetings and agenda items come up that might present a potential conflict, I recommend that you start by looking at that conflict of interest guidance document and seeing if that offers helpful advice. That's not to say I don't want to hear from you if you're wondering about a conflict, or that Lauren doesn't want to hear from you, or Mr. Chair, but because we certainly want to be advised when conflicts are going to be coming up prior to board meetings. It just helps me prepare and think about what might need to happen. But if you're pondering if there's a conflict or a potential conflict, then take a look at the guidance document and see if that offers any help. And then I guess pair that with hopefully sending me an email, letting me know what you're thinking about in terms of if you actually have a conflict, or maybe if you're thinking, I don't really have a conflict, but I think it might be most transparent to disclose information. I think, I'd like to know that as well going into a board meeting. So there is a statute on standards of conduct for members and boards of commissions. A member of a board shall not perform an official act which may have a direct economic benefit on a business or other undertaking in which such member has a direct or substantial financial interest. In my mind, and as we've discussed before, I consider that to be sort of bare minimum. We probably have a greater responsibility of dealing with conflicts than just that. I think a more general way to think about this is that there's probably going to be a conflict of interest when an individual's personal interests, whether it's family, friends, financial or social factors, could compromise his or her judgment, decisions, or actions and their involvement with the board. And so we've included a line in our conflicts of interest guidance document, which says, a conflict of interest also exists where a board member is unable to objectively participate in a matter before the board because of a member's personal interest in the matter. So one way to think about it is if you know going into a matter how you're going to vote and it's because of somebody you know or because of something in your personal life, I think it's worth taking a hard look at whether you have a conflict or at least what might perceived to be a conflict. To this board, there is a counterbalance. You're in these positions for a reason. You're actively involved in the water community. And so just because you know somebody who's before the board for a grant, that doesn't mean there's a conflict of interest or even the appearance of a conflict. So I personally think it's a little bit of a gut feel. If you're like, oh man, I don't know if I should vote on this, and that's a good indication to think twice about it. But just because you know somebody or you're very aware of the project or the project is happening in your basin, that doesn't mean you have to recuse yourself or that there is a conflict. It really is why you are in this role. You know a lot about what's going on with the water issues. And so that's definitely not what I'm trying to convey with this conversation and not what conflicts are about. If you, as I said, if you believe you have a conflict or an apparent conflict, you should disclose it to Director Riss or me or Director Combs. It's good for us to be aware. If the decision is that it is a conflict, the conflict should be disclosed before it comes up on the agenda. You don't have to describe the nature of the conflict. You can just say there's a conflict and that you're recusing yourself from the conversation. The declaration of the conflict should occur before any conversation, definitely before the vote. And the reason behind that is, best practice dictates that if there's a conflict of interest or perceived conflict, which is going to cause you to recuse yourself, that board member should exit the room, because the reason behind the recusal is that your presence during the board discussion may alter how the board members want to talk about it. They may not feel like they can openly discuss the matter if you are present in the room. And so leaving before this discussion starts is best practices. And I know there are some instances where a board member will stick around for the discussion and then recuse for the vote. I would say that sort of situation is a little less common than a full recusal, but really all these situations are case by case, fact by fact, and we take them as they come and we take them how it's the board member's decision to make. And so, there's a wide variety of situations where this come up and there's a wide variety of how these situations can be dealt with. I believe with Amendment 41, this is the gift ban, formerly, or I guess commonly known as the gift ban. No public officer, either directly or indirectly, shall accept or receive any gift or thing of value. Under the Constitution, it's greater than $50, but there's since been a comment or a note that has increased the value from 50. I want to say it's now 65, but that was $65. That was true as of 2 years ago. So I probably need to update my thinking on this. But if you're in the $65 value range and you're wondering, give me a call and we can look it up. There are, this does apply for meals, lodging, that kind of thing. But if you've been invited to speak and they're giving you lodging for that reason, then that doesn't count. So, there's a couple of exceptions, exclusions that we can talk about. But this concept really goes to, I think largely appearances. If you're receiving gifts from folks who then become before the board or have interest before the board, and we're making decisions that are favorable to that party or that person, then our decisions start to be, I think, would be called into question, and I think rightly so. So that's one of the reasons we're thinking about the gift ban, and we take it seriously, even if, technically as a volunteer board, that wouldn't apply. We've made the decision as a board that we still want to abide by the gift ban. Into open meetings law now. So all meetings of 2 or more members of any state body at which public business is discussed or at which any formal action may be taken is an open meeting, which means it must be open to the public at all times. Notice is key in making a meeting open to the public. If people don't know about it, then they can't attend. And so when I hear about be attending and there'll be more than one of you, I'm pretty quick to call up Lauren and Anna and ask them, well, you think any business of the board will be discussed? And if there's a chance, let's just put it on the board calendar. Let's try to put notice on the board website. I think that's just best practice. It's easy to do, and it's going to solve a lot of problems if there's notice that 2 or more board members are going to be at an event. If the event isn't designed or won't get to a discussion of CWCB board business, then we don't have to worry about it. You guys can attend events together and not worry about it, as long as we're not talking about CWCB board business.
Specify that a formal decision in the language that you read was being made. So if 2 or more board members are at another event and they stand around and they're talking a little bit about CWCB business, but no decision is made, does that violate the open meeting law?
It does. If I didn't, I should have said where business is discussed or action is taken.
Or it's an or, not an,
yeah.
it's an or, not an and.
It is an or, yeah. And really, because if we're talking about board business, well, I mean, if you guys are talking about board business, that all goes towards policy making. The public is entitled to, and they want to hear about the basis for decisions. Why are these decisions being made? And I think those conversations often, if we're talking about board business, those feed into the decisions that are being made by this board. So it's not only the actions, and thank you for the clarification there. It really is discussion of business. Those need to be public discussions that are heard, or at least available to the public to be heard. So the policy making is visible to the public. We do have the ability to go into executive session. Yes, Dr. Sagata.
Does it apply to ex officio board members too then?
Yes, the board members. We're all 15 members are board members, and it applies to all. I'm just looking for cities.
Jen, Counselor Mealy, can I just ask a follow-up?
Please.
Because I feel like I've heard you say this before, but the remedy to a violation of open meetings is to then have that conversation publicly. Is that correct?
Yes, it's yes, it is, and have that discussion, which is a little awkward, a little strange, and something we'll talk about a little bit later. Maybe there's some risk that there'd be a lawsuit, litigation, and someone would seek fees or costs. But yes, the remedy is to bring it to the public, have that discussion in public, which, it really isn't a remedy because it's not going to be the same discussion. It's hard to recreate a discussion, but yes. Which can protect board discussions if the board is receiving advice or discussing legal issues with counsel. I want to highlight that just having an attorney in the room doesn't create a privilege. It really has to be a substantive discussion where there's a legal matter involved, and that discussion is being had with the attorney, and there's a give and take with discussion that kind of gets to a legal matter or legal advice from counsel. A conference with an attorney representing the state public body that is protected as long as the discussion is concerning, because this is under statute, disputes involving the public body that are subject of pending or imminent court action, discussions concerning specific legal claims or grievances, or discussions for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. Like all attorney-client privilege communications, that privilege is waived when anybody who is not the attorney or the client attends the executive session. So we need to be careful when anyone who isn't technically a board member is in the room, or anybody who is, watching or attending the board meeting is sitting in the room. But even trickier after COVID is when anybody else is online. We need to be cognizant of who's in the room for executive session, who has that invitation. Viola is flawless when it comes to this kind of thing, but it's always good to keep an eye out to make sure that somebody, even just mistakenly, even if it was an intentional waiver, it's going to act as a waiver to that privilege. And in that case, when there's been a waiver, then the conversation that we thought would be privileged would be then open to whoever's questioning whether or not we actually had that privilege intact. Executive session, statute requires a 2/3 vote of the entire membership. So that's not just the voting parties, that's the entire membership. I mean, this is sort of a surprising thing, I think. It took me a year or two to get comfortable with it because, only certain members vote. There are voting members under statute, but it really is everybody on the board votes to go into executive session. So we need a count of 10. 2/3 of 15 is 10. So we need to have a good share of folks here, of board members here, in order to go into executive session. And I think the reasoning behind that is that it's their privilege too. And so making sure everybody, or at least the majority of the entire membership, is on board to go into executive session to have that conversation is what is required under statute. In executive session, no formal action is allowed. As I mentioned, it's available only for limited subject matters. And it's not just the attorney-client privilege. There are a couple other aspects, or I guess issues, that can be addressed. There are certain aspects of security detail that I can't imagine would apply to the board. Other things that I've never seen apply to the board. Very rare that this board goes into executive session for anything other than attorney-client discussions. So I don't go over those. We have to record the session. We must announce the topic and the legal basis for executive session. And we cannot deviate from the announced topic once we're in executive session. Situations where a matter is set for executive session and then set for public session. This type of situation, I think, requires care because the public record needs to reflect the basis of any vote, and Colorado law expressly prohibits the board from rubber stamping decisions. And so engaging in discussion is critical because you'll get legal advice in the executive session, and that is what it is for. But any other discussion that the board is having amongst themselves, or even with the attorney, that doesn't amount to a privileged communication, that should all happen in public session so that we have the record of what the board's decision was based on that isn't based in legal advice.
Do you want to talk about remedy for that?
Of the remedy for any improper executive session, improperly held executive session, is that the record would be made public. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. About Denver Public Schools and a case that was involving DPS. where the judge ordered the school district to release to the media a recording of a 5-hour executive session due to an open meetings law violation. There was a discussion surrounding the school having resource officers reinstated in schools. The ability to have that discussion in executive session was challenged, and the challenging, I think it was a media group journalist, the court ruled in favor of the journalist, and the executive session recording was released. Earlier this year, there was a decision from the Colorado Court of Appeals that an attorney who, and it was a pro se person, this attorney is bringing these lawsuits, that party who was not in a school district still has standing to allege open meetings law violation. So it was 23 CA 1969, Roan versus the Elizabeth School District. Even when a person does not have a meaningful connection to the local public body whose actions are being challenged, that person has standing to sue. The Court of Appeals found a legally protected interest in favor of every person in Colorado to have public bodies conduct public business in compliance with the open meetings law. In their case, there does seem to be this party who brings these suits. He specializes in public records cases, especially interested in bringing these types, I guess, finding and bringing these types of cases. This language is from the decision itself. He reviews meeting agendas, minutes, and recordings of local public bodies across the state for their open meetings law compliance and sues local public bodies as a pro se plaintiff. He then seeks attorney fees in the action or offers to settle for a set amount. Since 2019, this party has filed about 100 open meetings law related actions, a majority of which have been directed against school districts. In this Court of Appeals case, the plaintiff, lives in Pagosa Springs. He sued the Elizabeth School Board, asserting that during the meeting, members of the school district's Board of Education improperly convened an executive session because the school district failed to describe the particular matter it intended to discuss in the executive session. School board argued that the attorney did not have standing to bring the suit. They said he was not impacted by the violation, that he had no legally protected interest in an open meeting in that school district. There were parties who filed briefs on the side of the school board who argued that that plaintiff hadn't suffered any injury in fact and is not genuinely interested in the information about the school district. They noted that while that party was seeking to ensure compliance with open meetings law, that wasn't sufficient grounds for standing. But the Court of Appeals disagreed with the school district and pointed to language in the open meetings law that was added in 2014 that said and I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, any person denied the rights that are conferred on the public by the open meetings law has suffered an injury in fact and therefore has standing to challenge the violations. Every person's right to have public bodies conduct public business in compliance with the statute. Of that case, the plaintiff's right to at least have notice of the subject matter of the legal advice that the school board was going to be getting during executive session. Fight for some information about that case and this particular person, and I found one article that reported that this plaintiff had obtained 3 separate executive session recordings from the school district board in Aspen after seeking their release under open meetings law. And one article that said he had sued Pitkin County about 4 years ago for not taking the vote to go into executive session in public session. So not even interested in what was being discussed in public session. It's just purely procedural. There wasn't a vote in the public session to go into executive session. Because I think in most cases, this plaintiff is looking at records and finding out that way whether or not there's been a violation. But in some cases, there's been an interested party who's notified this plaintiff of a violation and he'll investigate and maybe file suit based on somebody kind of tipping him off that there's been an open meetings violation. A reminder that we want to make sure we've crossed our T's and dotted our I's as we're going to executive session and as we have public meetings. And it does seem to be the MO of this plaintiff to sue an entity, typically a school district, and then settle with them, usually for costs. And maybe that makes it go away. But if avoiding costs and avoiding lawsuits is good practice. So just making sure we've got a tight handle on executive session, I think is going to be our best path forward. On Cora, unless anybody has any questions or topics on OML.
Our district is subject to the open meetings law as a local government body, not a state government body, but the requirements are the same, I think. We conducted an executive session to get advice of counsel and invoke the attorney-client privilege. And an attorney, a local attorney, challenged me later and said that we waived the privilege by allowing the staff to remain in the room during the executive session. I disagreed and he dropped the subject, but do you have an opinion on that?
I would say best practice is going to be that in that topic would be in the room, and any staff in different sections of the agency probably doesn't need to be in the room. And if it's, it's sensitive, if we, don't want to waive the privilege, then especially those staff members who are unrelated, should probably leave the room. Have worked on the issue, I'm going to use Colorado River as an example, the federal and interstate folks, it seems like they need to be in the room to have the discussion with the board. And I've thought of them as not waiving that attorney-client privilege. I feel like we'd be successful in a challenge, but I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident we would be, because the board is the client in that discussion, but I also think staff is an arm of the board in that discussion. So maybe it would depend on the facts a little bit, but I do tend to think that related staff, especially when staff is integral to the conversation, need to be in the room for that discussion. And in our situation, it's usually the attorney is representing both staff and the board in those situations is usually the way it works for us. Act, Cora, fondly known as Cora. We don't need to spend much time on this, as I said. I ask you to treat all communications like that are related to board business anyway, like they're going to be disclosed in a newspaper. Keep them professional. I sometimes type out a snarky email and I delete it, because you never know what's going to be disclosed. So really, if you're sending out an email, if you're sending a text, really texts fall under this too. So be thoughtful about all communications with board members and with staff that are about board business, because staff does get core requests, and this board might get a core request. And so it's really important to keep those communications in mind and treat them as if they will be disclosed. I think that's the safest way to approach your communications. And core really is, once again, in the interest of transparency in state government, to make sure the communications that we all have are open to the public, so they know what's going on with their tax dollars. They know discussions that are being had. They understand the decisions that are being made. through my draft slides to make sure I don't have anything further. Anything I didn't cover that you thought you might hear about during this training? Do they need to report that to you? Dr.
Yeah,
Riss?
I believe that when you attend, so you're required to attend 2 public meetings, roundtables count for that requirement. You are supposed to report that, I think, to the board chair and to me. So we might want to, July 1st, I believe, is the date the legislation was effective.
I believe you on that, but I think that let's just start doing it.
Yeah. So, that I don't have right now, but we will do that and maybe we can talk about that in September. But, you know, keep your calendar accurate and just make a note for yourself when you've attended a roundtable meeting. It'd be helpful. And then we'll provide a mechanism or a regular routine for you to report that to us.
And things like C9 and water compass.
I am not sure about that. I don't believe so because they are supposed to be in your geographic area that you represent.
Got it.
So if it's a statewide event, I don't believe that would count.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
The intent is supposed to be local. I mean, if there are a number of local folks involved and you're engaged in local discussions, I think, you know, there's an argument to be made that that would count. But I mean, what is the requirement? 1 or 2 meetings a year, 2 meetings a year? So I think it's going to be pretty easily handled by basin roundtables and other engagements you guys have. And so I hadn't been too worried about it. But I'm really glad, Director Sakata, you asked the question so that we're talking about making sure we're keeping a record.
I will say it also applies to CPW commissioners, and they do not have an existing roundtable or stakeholder group, and so they are tasked with doing it themselves. So count yourselves lucky that we already have that in place and you are not charged with facilitating and coordinating a meeting. Legislation specifies that, but I think just as a matter of course in a roundtable meeting, if that is what you want to count, you would introduce yourself that way, right?
And I do think the legislation is geared toward getting out in the community and understanding community concerns. And so if you're just, without announcing, it's hard to say that you were engaged, but, you know, maybe the bill also goes to just making sure you understand. So if you were, you know, listening to a discussion, that may count too. I probably need to revisit the bill to better understand that.
Yeah.
Your clown nose.
But Director Wind, I will take another look and I'll see if it is more of an attend or more of an engage type language to that bill. And, you know, if this, it sounds like we need to have this so we can at least talk about process. If we either have it at a board meeting or if we send out an email about process, we'll include information on that question. Ending 1198 on your agenda. I appreciate being able to chat with you all about these topics.
Thank you, Jen. Since we've done anything else, we'll be recessed till tomorrow morning.
I do have one announcement.
Dang it.
No, this is a happy.
I just can't get it done.
No, this is a happy announcement that is not on the agenda. We are all invited by the Jackson County Water Conservation District. They're hosting a happy hour at the River Rock from 5:45 to 6:30 prior to dinner. So
you can go from the water tour, the PV tour to the happy hour.
That's right. Sorry, Paul.